Hi. This is Novel Admire. Welcome to my channel. Have fun. Wicked God Gonfalon. Chapter 1. Suizhong groaned and opened his eyes. His head was killing him. I am only hungover. Why on earth does my head ache so much? He groaned, trying to turn over and sit up. Then, he saw that the blue sky and the emerald green water merged into one color. The vast sea extended into the distance with no end in sight. In the sky above him, white seabirds were flying overhead, the sea breeze had a slightly salty taste and blew gently, making the water ripple. What beautiful scenery! However, why would he be lying by the sea? Suizhong began to recall what had happened. Last night, he was playing games online with his friends, and he'd even made it through the very difficult dungeon. Soon the special item he'd been hoping for finally appeared, and everyone was fighting for it. But in the end, Suizhong lost the game, at the point when everyone was trying to get the highest score. He had been very annoyed by his, and had to refrain from throwing his mouse. Then, he no longer wanted to play the game, so he logged out, turned off the computer, went straight downstairs, and ordered some food and a bottle of beer. Then what happened? Then he did not remember, which seemed quite normal. Who can remember what happens after getting drunk? But he lived in an inland city, and there wasn't even a pool nearby, let alone an ocean. He'd only gotten drunk last night. Why was he near the sea, and why was there no land around? But wait. There was no land around. So what was he sitting on then? On the sea? Suizhong suddenly realized this, but somehow he didn't sink like he would have if he were a character in a funny cartoon. Instead, he was still floating on the sea, and that helped him calm down a bit. So, it seemed that he didn't need to worry about drowning to death, but he also knew he couldn't swim. Then, he suddenly felt that there was something wrong. Where were his legs? Where was his body? It was common sense that he could still see his legs and body if he lowered his head, but Suizhong could see nothing whatsoever. Well, technically speaking, he could see something vague, a transparent contour, kind of similar to a human figure. Underneath the transparent contour was the clear seawater, and in the water, he could see fish and shrimp milling about. But, what did this have to do with him? Where had his legs and body gone? Was the transparent contour all he had left? Suizhong lifted his hand to his face. Unsurprisingly, he found that his hands had become part of this transparent contour too. Maybe his whole body had become a transparent contour. Or maybe, the transparent contour was not his body at all but his soul. Okay, at least two things are clear. First, I'm on the sea. Second, my body is gone, which means I'm probably a soul. He then realized that his awful headache from before was totally gone now, which also seemed normal. How could he have a headache without a body? However, what was strange was that he could still see with his eyes, listen with his ears, smell the seawater with his nose, and taste the seawater when he put his tongue to it. Then he thought that with his body gone, he no longer needed to worry about drowning to death. Yet his soul could still feel things, so there was no need to worry that he would become deaf or blind. Thus, it seemed that things weren't so bad after all. Sure enough, bad news always comes with good news. Just like they say in the movies, what do you want first, the good news or the bad news? Suizhong told himself. Despite undergoing such a big change in environment, he was incredibly calm, which was unexpected. He never thought he could contemplate such a strange situation so calmly, rather than freaking out under such circumstances. Maybe since I've lost my body, I've also stopped feeling things like pain and adrenaline, which can influence my thinking. He said to himself, while trying to move around a bit. Then he stood up, looked around at the sea, and felt that his perspective had indeed changed. He lay back down, and again felt the height of his perspective change. Well, I am sure that a soul has a certain shape. It is neither a gas nor a ball, as I've read in fairy tales. And I will definitely get the Nobel Prize for discovering this, he murmured. He tried to take a couple steps to see if his body, or maybe his soul, could actually move or not. What a disaster it would be if he couldn't. Luckily, he could still move, even walk, run, or jump. In fact, his top speed was even faster than when he was alive. At least he didn't need to worry about being imprisoned in this endless sea and becoming a wandering ghost or an earthbound spirit for eternity. How merciful that I will not be imprisoned here! Suizhong exclaimed. Then he stopped moving and began to think about what to do next. As for the question of why on earth things had turned out like this, he'd already given up on finding the answer. This was all beyond his imagination, and a common clerk like him could never figure it out. Spending time thinking this over would be as useless as those ancient scholars who spent their whole life trying to link the stars in the sky with the fortunes and misfortunes of the emperor. Studying the Confucian classics and ancient books until their hair turned white, they still stood by their duty, which was honorable but meaningless. Suizhong first considered going ashore. Since he was a human being, or more precisely, the soul of a human being, that meant he was terrestrial, not aquatic. So his first move was to go ashore in order to find people and figure out where on earth he was. In fact, he wasn't sure if he was still on Earth or back at the turn of the century. Maybe he'd been transported back in time, but he had no idea where he had been transported to. If it was the ancient era, it wouldn't be that bad, because a soul could neither die nor become ill. Maybe if he was patient enough to find a way, he could return to the contemporary world where he belonged, but if he'd been transported to some bizarre planet or foreign world, it would be a disaster, and he could never get back. No, actually, it's not important where I've been transported to, he told himself. For a man who was now most likely a soul, things like when and where or what kind of world he was in had become unimportant. For now, the most important thing was how to survive. In fairy tales, souls are often described as something neither hard nor strong. In Oriental fairy tales, a fragile soul can be destroyed by a beam of sunlight or a gust of wind. Although he was not afraid of the sunlight or the sea breeze now, Suizhong knew he'd be in great danger if he left his soul unguarded. In particular, as he realized this, he became aware of how cold he felt. The cold wasn't unbearable but rather a damp cold, similar to the sticky, gloomy cold of rainy days in winter, a feeling that filled every fiber of a man with disgust. So, what should I do? Suizhong contemplated. The simplest thing to do was to find a shell for his soul, or in other words, a human body. He looked around, but he failed to find anything suitable. Actually, taking the form of a human body wasn't a smart idea, seeing as Suizhong grew up in an inland city and was unable to swim. Even if he found a human body, he'd most likely drown in this endless sea. If a human body wouldn't work, he should at least find shelter. He took a long look around him, left and right, then up and down. He cast his eyes around but didn't manage to find anything worth hiding in, so he plunged into the water to see what was below. As he dived down, suddenly an idea crossed his mind. He had a headache when he woke up, which meant at that time his body was still present. But after he woke up, and because he could not swim, his body must have sunk into the sea, leaving his soul floating. Did this mean he could get his body back if he went to the bottom? This thought encouraged him as he headed to the depths of the sea. However, after just a few seconds, he became disheartened. He couldn't swim any deeper than 2 meters below the surface. Fortunately, now that he was a soul, he didn't need to breathe, so he'd be fine underwater all the time. Alas, even though his body was in the sea, it would be impossible to find it. It was still a mystery whether his body was even in the water, so there was no need to fret. The most important thing was figuring out how to be safe. It may have been an illusion, but staying in the water felt much safer to Suizhong. He felt a surprising sense of security underwater, like a shirtless man who could wear clothes at last, which were neither thick nor warm, But at least he didn't need to fight against the cold by burning his subcutaneous fat. There are so many fairy tales about mountain trolls and water spirits. Perhaps it's actually safer to stay in the water? Suizhong murmured. From then on, he decided to live in the water and never surfaced, apart from looking for land. Among the 4 basic necessities of life, which are food, clothing, housing and transportation, clothing is fine. As for transportation, the number 11 bus will suffice, then from there it's food and housing, Suizhong muttered, while watching the aquatic animals around him. In the distance, he saw some fish, while close to him, there were some white, semi-transparent jellyfish with thin tentacles. I remember that most jellyfish are edible, although there are nematocysts on their tentacles. I guess those won't harm a soul, Suizhong said, but it seems that a soul should not be able to eat food. However, he did feel the need to eat something. This compulsion to eat gradually began to get intense, so he quickly became very hungry. Without thinking, he stretched out his hand to catch the jellyfish that was closest to him. He easily caught it with his transparent contour of a hand. More accurately, his hand reached inside of the jellyfish and seized something. Got ya. He pulled back his hand, and there was the jellyfish, in other words, something he could eat, so he put it into his mouth. He examined it carefully and found that it was only a fleck of light, not the transparent contour of a jellyfish that he'd thought it was. He observed it for a long time and was sure that it was only a tiny dot of light. He noticed that the jellyfish was still intact, without a tentacle missing, and the thing he'd caught was in fact something intangible. Was it the soul of the jellyfish? His hunger intensified, so he ate whatever he had caught. As he watched the jellyfish float away in the water, he realized that it had died. Indeed, I have eaten the jellyfish's soul. He thought for a moment, and decided to catch some more jellyfish. After a while, Suizhong was still not full of yet, despite the dead jellyfish floating in front of him. Now, I can take pride in myself and say that I'm no longer an ordinary human being who would be at the bottom of the food chain if he lost his weapon. Instead, I am a dangerous predator, or in other words, a water spirit in the water. Abandoning the dead jellyfish, Suizhong laughed aloud 3 times and made his way towards some fish in the distance. He was still hungry. Chapter 2. As a predator, what would dumbfound him the most? Suizhong believed that the answer to this question was that he could have defeated anyone in the world, but his legs were too short to catch up with his prey, which was exactly the problem he was now facing. He was trying his best to run in the water, hoping to catch up with the big fish in front of him, but no matter how hard he tried, the distance between him and the fish kept increasing, which soon made him desperate. Therefore, he had no choice but to give up. He stopped running with a sigh. Not too long before, while hunting for food, he'd successfully caught and eaten the souls of over 10 small fish, but hadn't managed to catch a single big fish. He couldn't name these fish, but it was clear that the bigger they were, the more agile they became. As for the small, dumb ones, they didn't even notice when he was right next to them, so he was able to catch them without much effort, extracting and then eating their soul. But the big ones were a different story. They could instantly sense his existence, as well as how dangerous he was, so every time he tried to approach one, it would quickly swim away, leaving him far behind. Of course, he tried to approach his target quietly, but it was no use. It seemed he was a firefly in the night, too obvious to hide himself sufficiently. He also tried to chase his prey, but he was too slow. It's such a waste of time, he said to himself when he failed to catch his prey again. This doesn't work, it doesn't work at all. Therefore, he had no choice but to redouble his efforts on the small, dumb fish. Although the soul of a single small fish wasn't much, eating enough of them would probably be fine. He wasn't proud of being the big guy bullying the small guy, but he would need to if he was going to survive. In nature, didn't every creature, no matter what kind of carnivore it was, always attack the old, fragile, sick or disabled every time? Suizhong wanted to reassure himself with this idea, but it brought him little consolation. Carnivores in nature probably weren't as intelligent or sentimental as he was. They didn't have the same combat effectiveness. To defeat everything else in their path, their life was a simple cycle of hunting and resting, and they had no time to feel sorry when they saw flowers falling from the trees in spring or the trees withering in autumn. Standing among the dead fish, which were floating around him in disarray, Suizhong let out a melancholy sigh. The balance of the ecosystem will be destroyed if I always hunt the small fish. A few hours later, he realized he was wrong when he saw a school of fish so big that he couldn't see its end. Though he was a small body type predator, when compared to the giant school, he could never destroy the balance of the whole ecosystem despite how many fish he ate. In the distance, there was a giant whale with an unicorn horn roaring. The amount of food it ate for a meal would be enough to last him at least half a year. If it had not destroyed the ecosystem yet, he certainly would not. Suizhong suddenly felt he was in awful danger, as if he'd been stung by a thorn, or more specifically, as if the point of a needle was touching his eyeball, and one small move would render him blind. Where was this danger coming from? Suizhong looked around, trying to find the answer, until he saw that the danger was right in front of him. Despite all the delicious fish right under the whale's eyes, it somehow ignored this potential feast, pushed them aside with its huge body, and swam straight toward him. SHT! He cursed, turning around and immediately fleeing. Just as the saying goes, one could never escape the retribution for his misdeeds. Earlier, he was the predator, now he'd become the prey. Looking at the giant whale, he knew it was impossible for him to fight. There was only one option, and that was to run. However, he soon stopped running. With his short legs, how could he run away from this incredibly fast whale? Of course not. It was absolutely impossible. Then what should he do? Facing this life and death situation, Suizhong thought very hard. Question: if you were alone in the wilderness and you had no vehicles or weapons, and a ferocious beast was running towards you and planning to make you its dinner, what would you do? I was waiting for your answer online, kind of hurry, be quick. Well, this was bullshit anyways, because he obviously couldn't connect to the internet, so no matter how long he waited, he'd never get the answer to that question. The whale, however, was the only thing he could possibly wait for, and it wouldn't take long for it to catch up. All sorts of practical and impractical ideas crossed his mind. Suizhong looked around as if he were crazy, trying to find a way to survive. But unfortunately, his mind drew a blank. If only he could go deeper, then he could try to hide in the crack of a stone at the bottom of the sea, where he would be safe. No matter how strong it was, the whale could never turn the whole sea floor upside down. But Suizhong could still only dive to 2 meters and no further. Or if he could fly high into the sky, then he could escape the onrushing whale. He could even make a funny face at it, laughing at its incompetence. But he couldn't fly either. In fact, earlier he had tried to fly but could only jump and temporarily float above the sea. Even if his soul was weightless, he could only reach a maximum height of 2 meters. If he were on Earth, a standing vertical jump of 2 meters would definitely set the world record. No one could defeat him in Olympic competitions, and he would become a legend. However, in his current predicament, the 2-meter height of his jump basically meant nothing. Frankly speaking, it wasn't even worth mentioning, because when the whale opened its mouth, the gap between its upper and lower jaws would be over 5 meters. Is this the end? If I am devoured by the whale, will I be transported back to my home? As the whale got closer and closer, Suizhong became too nervous to stop talking nonsense. Right at this moment, he noticed a big jellyfish swimming slowly on the sea. Compared to the jellyfish he'd eaten earlier, there was nothing special about this one except its massive size. But somehow, like a lightning bolt flashing across his mind, making things clear and bright, he immediately knew what to do. Maybe it would work if Instantly, Suizhong tried as much as he could to shrink himself into a ball, running into the jellyfish. Everything around him began shaking, and after a short while, the shaking stopped, and everything became quiet again. The blue sky, the emerald green seawater, the small portion of food, it all seemed the same. He didn't have time to dwell on what had just happened, so he ate the soul of the jellyfish. Guided by the jellyfish's memory, he struggled to swim. He swam very ungracefully. If there was a clown competition in the jellyfish's world, he would have won a gold medal for the least graceful swimmer. After a while, not far from him, the water began to rumble. A huge body was circling around the water, as if looking for something. It seemed unable to find what it wanted, so it went back into the water. He'd guessed right. The whale could not find him when he possessed the body of the jellyfish and was no longer a bodiless soul. When the whale went underwater and disappeared, Suizhong felt relieved, but not completely. He struggled to move his tentacles, heading in the opposite direction of the whale. He didn't swim too fast, but he didn't dare to stop either, even for a moment. He kept swimming without knowing how much time had passed. Seeing the sky gradually darken, he finally felt a bit reassured. It was dark, the seabirds had gone back to their nests, and the fish had gone to sleep too. Did this mean he was safe now? He wasn't sure, he'd never studied marine biology before, so maybe this was just baseless conjecture. However, for him, the night was a good time, especially since in every fairy tale, ghosts liked the night. Floating on the sea, he rested for a while. Then he thought about leaving the jellyfish's body since it was too fragile to swim quickly. If he was going to possess something, that something should at least be a big fish. But he soon discovered that there was a problem, a very big problem. He could not leave the jellyfish's body. Actually, he couldn't leave it completely. Its thin and fragile body, which before seemed able to be broken to pieces by a single wave, now became extremely firm. No matter how hard he tried to pull himself out of it, he was still hopelessly stuck inside the jellyfish's body. Rather, he would be pulled back into it whenever he stopped trying to escape, and he would become even more jellyfish-like. He tried for a long time, but it was futile. Still, he kept trying until the moon reached the middle of the sky. I'm doomed. I've become a jellyfish, he sighed while looking at the sky, accepting his cruel new reality. Before being transported here, he had read a story about 8 fairies. Among these fairies, there was one called Li Tigui. Li once possessed a beggar's body, and had remained a limp beggar ever since. While reading, he had laughed at Li for his stupidity. He thought that if he had the chance to possess something, if not the emperor, he would at least choose a big stone in Mount Wago. However, now it turned out that he had possessed a jellyfish, thus becoming a creature stuck near the bottom of the food chain. This totally sucked. After feeling sorry for himself for a while, Suizhong soon perked up again, because he was getting hungry. Sighing and moaning wasn't going to help him, now the most important thing to do was to find food. What does a jellyfish eat? He asked himself. When he had absolutely no idea what the answer might be, he decided to forage. What does a jellyfish eat? I've learned nothing about this. Could it be fish? Looking at his fragile body and thin tentacles, he shook his head. What fish? He himself was the one to be eaten by fish. Plankton then? Looking around anxiously, he couldn't find a single plankton to feed on. As his hunger grew and grew, so did his anxiety. What if he couldn't find any food? He would starve to death. If that happened, would he be able to completely leave the jellyfish's body? Maybe he was just daydreaming. Suizhong dwelt on this and became very annoyed. Right at that moment, he suddenly felt startled, as if something was staring at him. Although it wasn't as intense as when he was targeted by the whale before, he still felt quite uncomfortable. It was like a tiny stone had slipped into his shoes and hurt his feet every time he took a step. Looking down, he saw a flock of fish tearing up and eating every jellyfish on the sea one by one, like a gust of autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. These fish were not big, the biggest one was no bigger than a palm, but they were quite fiercely. Swimming into a patch of moonlight, they opened their mouth. Their white teeth reflected the moonlight, which left Suizhong feeling cold and concerned. Clearly, they were the jellyfish's natural enemy. Suizhong was shocked, but he soon calmed himself down. It was impossible for him to defeat a giant whale, but did it mean he would also be defeated by a flock of small fish? Who knew who would end up being eaten? Chapter 3. The moonlight was pouring down onto the surface of the sea, with a breeze blowing across the water, making countless silver ripples. Maybe it was just an illusion, but in this world the moon seemed to look much bigger and so much brighter than on Earth. Even if it was night time, Suizhong could clearly see the teeth of the fish approaching him from below. They were swimming and eating very fast. Before long, most of the jellyfish in the sea had been torn apart and eaten up. Now, they were gradually getting closer and closer to Suizhong. He didn't run away. Instead, he calmly floated on the sea and prepared to fight. In no time, the three fish that were closest to him had come near enough for him to initiate his attack. As the jellyfish's natural predator, the small fish were overwhelmingly superior to the jellyfish. But inside this jellyfish hid the soul of a human being. Most importantly, this jellyfish was very different from the weak ones who were basically defenseless when faced with their natural enemy. Looking at these small fish as they opened their frightening white teeth, anxious to tear apart their prey, Suizhong laughed. His soul reached out its hand, seized two of them, easily pulled at their souls, and put them in his mouth. Before long, the third one was eaten too. Nonetheless, a small price was paid. Suizhong, or, actually, the jellyfish he had possessed, had suffered a little bite, which was still big enough to alarm him. Although he was much stronger than the small fish and could kill two of them at once, his soul only had two hands, while there were hundreds of fish. Three of them could simply make him focus on one fish, losing sight of the others and becoming susceptible to their attacks. What if hundreds of them attacked him altogether? Suizhong suddenly felt very frightened. When he calmed down and observed his surroundings, he found that he'd already been surrounded. SHT. Hundreds of you versus me. Even if you win, you will never be considered a hero. If you consider yourself strong, why not only one of you come up and fight me? He shouted. Clearly, these small fish were no heroes, or they couldn't hear his curse. Even if they did hear, they had no idea what his words meant. Now, they were coming at him from all directions. Suizhong was too shocked to think about eating. He began to punch aimlessly in every direction, trying to kill each and every one of them. For a while, the light reflected off the scales and sharp teeth of the fish, creating a dazzling spectacle in the sea. All the while, the curses of this new water spirit never stopped. It took a long time until the sea finally settled back to its natural calm. Surrounded by the floating fish bodies and looking at his disfigured jellyfish's body, Suizhong wanted to cry. But no tears came to his eyes. It's only been one day, and I've almost been dismembered. What a dangerous world. He sighed. Soon he began to think about what to do next. Clearly, the jellyfish's body was too fragile. There was a common joke on the internet, which said that if this of an otaku was 0.5, then this of a jellyfish would probably be less than 0.1. The water spirit version of Suizhong had an extremely high s, and so far he'd killed his enemies with only one move, except for that whale. But he only had two hands, so it was impossible for him to counterattack when surrounded by enemies coming from all directions. Even if Suizhong had eaten that flock of fish all at once, he would still become too full. The fish had already put him in a very ugly situation. What would happen if a more powerful enemy appeared? If possible, he needed to exchange his useless jellyfish body for a stronger one. But now he couldn't leave this body, so he had to formulate a new plan. No matter what, I need to repair this body, Suizhong muttered, holding up the shredded remnants of a tentacle. I know that the weaker a creature is, the stronger its ability to self-heal, but only with abundant energy. But where could he find the nutrients to give him energy? Unless memory betrayed him, jellyfish ate plankton. But what if there wasn't any plankton? Did it mean he could do nothing but sit there and wait to die? Maybe he'd die during the battle. This useless jellyfish's body may have already been injured too severely to recover. Once this body died, could it be possible that his soul would die too? Maybe it could happen. No, I absolutely will not allow it. I am a man. If a man wanted to die, he would not die in such a funny way. Helplessly, Suizhong turned to look at the dead fish. He'd eaten their souls, but their bodies were still intact. Theoretically speaking, the fish meat was nutritious, which could provide sustenance for the jellyfish's body. But the question was how to eat? Question: how does a jellyfish eat? I'm waiting online, please hurry. But there was no internet. Suizhong thought for a while, then tried to poke the closest dead fish with one of his tentacles. A jellyfish's tentacles were also its weapon, and logically speaking, a creature's weapon was often connected to the organ that consumed food, that is the teeth and mouth. However, he soon found out that the tentacles were useless for harming the fish. No matter how hard Suizhong tried, the tentacles couldn't penetrate the hard fish scales. There is a pile of food right in front of you, but you can't even take a bite. How pathetic. Suizhong lamented. But he didn't give up. Using his tentacles to poke almost every part of the fish, he probed for a place that had no scales. Finally, he succeeded. His tentacle found the fish's mouth. The fish's whole body was covered with scales, but its inside wasn't. As long as he put one of his tentacles into its body through the mouth, then he could penetrate it from the inside out. So, what should he do next? Suizhong started to think again. Secreting the digestive juice? He tried to secrete the digestive juice several times, but he failed. Perhaps it was because this particular jellyfish naturally lacked this ability, or perhaps because of his own limited intelligence. Maybe he should try simply eating the fish instead? Again, he tried many times, but alas, the result was the same. Maybe it was because there were no teeth on the tentacles, or still his limited intelligence. This was exactly the situation in which a mouse was trying to pull a turtle, but had no idea where to start. Facing this situation, Suizhong became infuriated. I am going to find a way to eat this fish, no matter how hard it is. It's already dead, yet I still can't eat it? Could a piece of meat on a cutting board fly away? He contemplated this problem for a long time, and finally a solution presented itself. Suppose there was a cup of milk tea on the table, and the lid was fixed. How would you drink the tea? Well, naturally, a straw would do. Only when he realized that he'd have to suck food from the fish's stomach with a straw, he was disgusted. This was way too much. What happened next wasn't worth mentioning. Eventually, the dead fish around him turned into an indistinguishable pile of entrails, bones, and scales. Suizhong sank his tentacles as deep as he could inside the fish, while comforting himself with the thought that really he was just eating some sushi. Maybe the entrails were very nutritious, but as long as he was aware of eating something the fish had already digested, he felt sick. Actually, it was quite strange. The fish meat should have been very solid, so then why was it instantly dissolving into a fluid as soon as he sucked it up and digested it? Could a jellyfish do that? Would it be possible that any jellyfish in this world had this capability? Looking at the carnage around him, Suizhong reflected for a while and concluded that the reason for this bizarre phenomenon came down to the uniqueness of this world. Now that he'd eaten and had some energy to sustain him, his next move was to make the best use of it. So, how? Suizhong began to think hard about this. First, He needed to improve his speed and mobility, because a jellyfish swam too slowly. But how could he achieve this goal? By adding a pair of fins? Even if he could, adding fins wasn't the best solution. Maybe by adding some tentacles then? Or flattening the tentacles until they became just like a sail? None of these seemed like good options. So he decided to equip the jellyfish with 2 propellers. Back on Earth, propellers were quite a common object, and their main operating principle wasn't too complex. Simply put, a propeller was a set of slanted blades that could spin in the water. By making the blades swirl rapidly, the water would quickly flow in one direction, thereby creating thrust in the opposite direction. This operating principle had been widely used in day-to-day life, in everything from boat engines to electric fans. At least this was how Suizhong remembered. I need a firm axis, 3 hard blades, and a very solid bearing, Suizhong muttered, converting the nutrients stored in the jellyfish's body into muscles. By repeatedly layering the muscles, one over the other, he could eventually get what he wanted. He'd spent most of the night figuring out what to do, but once he found the right strategy, it only took a moment to make himself 2 propellers. The body of this creature was indeed amazing. Once he had a clear plan to execute, the working process became extremely interesting. All that was required of him was 2 simple things: designing and waiting. Once he'd finished, it wasn't difficult to make the propeller spin. All he had to do was simply rotate the gear. For a living creature, it may have been very painful to turn its own flesh and blood into gears that kept rotating and bumping against each other. But luckily, Suizhong himself was not the jellyfish. No matter how much damage he did to the body, he didn't feel a thing. So that was one problem solved. Now he had a fine power system, which could help him move quickly through the sea. If the jellyfish he was possessing could see this, it'd probably die of embarrassment. Now that his speed had been improved, what should be done next? Increasing his defensive power? Suizhong thought for a while, and decided to focus on improving his defense. He already had a very powerful attacking technique, and until this point, no fish had been able to escape his attack when extracting its soul. So naturally, he needed to enhance his defensive power. Of course, his first priority was to add scales. Just like soldiers on Earth used metal armor to protect themselves, Suizhong also wanted to wrap hard armor, the scales, around the jellyfish's body to protect himself. Though this seemed like a good idea, when he began to design the armor, he found a problem. He realized that when he made scales using the same technique of overlapping muscle fibers, they weren't strong enough. Actually, it was less a matter of lacking hardness and more a problem with lacking elasticity, a shortcoming shared by the scales and the propeller blades alike. Before Suizhong was transported to this realm, he'd read some books on military affairs, so he knew that in the cold weapon era, armor should both be hard and elastic. When armor had enough elasticity, one could counterattack by meeting toughness with equal toughness. The armored body would simply absorb the energy, thus weakening the effect of the attack into that of a bump. Therefore, the armor had to be elastic. But the truth was that he couldn't make the scales very elastic. Upon realizing this, he had no choice but to try a more practical way, making a firm skin. This approach was much easier. All he needed to do was overlap the muscle fibers multiple times, making a shell out of the sclerites. Then, he added a few layers of net-like structure, which could work as a buffer beneath the sclerites. Finally, he transformed the shape of the jellyfish's body. When the sun began to set in the west, Suizhong had finished improving the jellyfish's body, his temporary home. Now it was streamlined, with a firm and thick outer skin, and on each side, a propeller protected by the sclerites and able to generate high speeds. He still had thin tentacles at the end of the body. He'd meant to improve them too, but he was too low on energy, so he had to leave them for another time. But now, Suizhong looked like a monster, imposing from every angle. Chapter 4. The sun was shining and the seawater was warm. In the warm water, A gray monster moved quickly. It had a long oval body with two distinct ends, one sharp and angular, the other round. A thick gray outer skin covered its body, which culminated in a clump of many powerful tentacles. It was chasing fish of all sizes, small or big, and killing everything it could possibly catch. Its prey eventually became lifeless bodies, floating on the sea in a trail of death behind the monster. Only a select few enjoyed the privilege of being carefully chewed by this gray monster. If they tasted good, the monster might even have enjoyed it. Even those that didn't taste good were never spit out, seeing as this monster wouldn't dare to waste valuable resources. This powerful monster was the jellyfish's body possessed by Suizhong. Even turtles with their hard shells and seabirds flying overhead could not escape him. With each passing day, he grew bigger and bigger, and fiercer as well. He seemed to have no natural enemy in this world. He could do anything he wanted and go anywhere he wanted. He was enjoying himself and thriving, like when a gamer's character levels up and becomes unstoppable by defeating monsters and running up a high score. How long has it been since I was transported? Suizhong thought, after having a nice meal and bathing in the sun. He had no clue. He hadn't been recording the days, so he'd totally forgotten. He had gradually gotten used to his current life, his new identity, a fierce creature at the top of the food chain, a terrifying sea monster, an overlord moving through the shallows with nothing to fear. Still, although he hadn't found a way to leave this body yet, he didn't really mind. This body was much better than that of a human being. For example, the tentacles, which he'd improved a few more times, were so much better than the hands and feet of a human being. The propeller brought him up to speeds that a human could never reach, and he had the firm, thick outer skin too, armor so strong that even the golden shield and the iron cloth from Chinese fairy tales couldn't compare to it. In the water at least, this body was perfect. Also, by hunting and devouring the souls of many weak creatures, his own soul had gotten much stronger. Now, he could swim deeper than before, and the area in which he could attack to extract his prey's souls had become much larger. He thought himself almost invincible. Now it is time to challenge the more difficult dungeon. Suizhong told himself, looking into the deeper, creepy water in the distance. He had a gut feeling that there was an extremely powerful enemy down there. What could it be? A big fish? Maybe not, and to be honest, a big fish is just a heavier pile of meat. Could it be a sea monster then? Maybe. Perhaps it might think I'm coming to occupy its territory. Or maybe it could be a giant whale, the same breed as the one that almost killed me before? Suizhong felt his heart tingle when he considered this last possible scenario. He had never been a generous person. He believed the quote from Game of Thrones that a Lannister always pays his debts, and that was his guiding principle in life. As a powerful man himself now, he also wanted to fight a powerful rival. In the endless sea, he had no concept of time or even where he was. Only one thing could revive his heart, a heart which was gradually becoming emotionless, and that thing was fighting. Yes, fighting. He had a gut feeling that this powerful rival would appear from a certain direction, so Suizhong turned that way and prepared to fight. After a short while, from the deep sea, a big shadow gradually began to reveal itself. It had a huge body and a sharp horn. It was him, the same giant whale with a unicorn horn. Watching it approach, Suizhong started to sneer. You have come at the right moment. You and I will have a good fight and put this personal grudge behind us once for all. To be honest, I'm quite curious about how a big guy like you tastes. It was quite clear that this whale was the one which had almost killed him before. Just like the saying that a man who thinks too much gets old much easier, Suizhong wanted to stop thinking and start fighting. Looking at this imposing sea monster ready to fight, the whale became very cautious. This time, it didn't swim straight towards Suizhong, instead, it slowly approached and then stopped. Suizhong carefully sized up the whale and found that it too had a streamlined body, with an upper half of pure black and a lower half of slight white. Its two big eyes kind of looked like a human's, and the horn on its forehead made it look very dangerous. Somehow, Suizhong couldn't take his eyes off that horn, and every time he saw it, it made him more alarmed. It seems that horn is a powerful weapon. He silently thought about what tactics to use. A head-on confrontation won't work. I'd better wait until it begins to swim towards me. Then I'll swim up to it, stop right beneath it, and attach myself to its stomach by winding my tentacles around it. At first it won't suffer much, but then I'll smash it so hard even its own mother won't recognize it. Now that he'd decided his tactical approach, he became less anxious and began to wait at ease. But it seemed that the whale didn't intend to initiate the attack either, it was just waiting. Two powerful creatures, both at the top of the food chain, had reached a quiet stalemate. After a while, Suizhong was starting to get bored, when all of a sudden, he had a strange gut feeling, leaving him cold and unsettled. He soon found that it was the whale that caused this feeling. "What are you?" All of a sudden, he understood the meaning of this question, even though it wasn't spoken in any recognizable language. Holy SHT! This whale's got its own translation system. He couldn't help but laugh and give up on the idea of fighting. The ability to communicate was a damn good feeling. Since he'd been transported to this world, all this time he'd simply been floating along with the stream, unhappy and alone. Now he felt immensely happy that he had finally met a creature that he could talk with and ask questions about this world. He concentrated as best he could and tried to send a message to the whale through his mind. "I am just a passerby, where is this place?" He managed to send the message, but was surprised to find that sending even such a short message cost so much of his energy. He felt very dizzy and nearly blacked out. Just at this moment, the giant whale initiated its attack. White ripples arose from its frightening white horn, while at the same time white lines appeared in the surrounding water, quickly creeping up on Suizhong. His huge, malformed jellyfish's body suddenly shook perilously, and the white lines became a layer of thick ice that wrapped him up tightly. SHT! How shifty is this? Suizhong felt very dizzy and couldn't even fight back. Instead, he watched helplessly as the whale flashed a cunning smile. Suddenly, the whale gained speed, came straight at Suizhong, stopped right in front of him, and opened its big mouth, revealing its frightening and white teeth. In the blink of an eye, the whale bit off over a third of the front of his body, including the ice and frost covering him, and it began to swallow with all its strength. For the whale, this was a successful sneak attack. It had managed to trick Suizhong into depleting his energy by taking advantage of his inexperience. Then it had launched an onslaught, essentially killing Suizhong while he was dizzy from the overconsumption of his energy. If Suizhong had really been a huge and malformed jellyfish, he'd now be dead. But he was never actually a jellyfish. For him, this huge sea monster's body was just a shelter, a house of sorts where he was living temporarily. It wasn't that big a deal if he lost half his house. Very soon, Suizhong recovered, furiously watching the giant whale eating next to him. He began to sneer in a sinister way. "You are bringing about your own destruction." His soul reached out two invisible hands and penetrated deep into the whale's body. The whale, proudly enjoying its delicious meal, shook severely. As Suizhong looked into its big eyes, he could easily see the whale's shock and fear. Meanwhile, its horn was glittering like frosty snow, emitting copious amounts of cold air which immediately turned the surrounding water into hard ice. This was the whale's best defensive maneuver, which had helped it escape danger or even turn the tables in a fight more than once in the past. However, this time, the extreme cold and hard ice didn't help. The whale had overexerted itself, so its soul temporarily blacked out and failed to counterattack. At this exact moment, Suizhong had managed to cut off the connection between the whale's body and soul. Now all he needed to do was pull the soul out, like pulling a radish out of the soil. He struggled to pull it out, but he was persistent. Instead of giving up, he only worked harder, All the while, the whale was trembling, its sharp horn still emitting the extremely cold air, even though this made no difference now. With its soul, the whale could adapt itself to the changing environment, but Suizhong wasn't going to give it a chance to do so. After a while, Suizhong finally pulled the soul out. Although he couldn't see what the soul really looked like, he knew clearly that this time he had plenty of food to eat. This was a big reward. Actually, swallowing the soul proved quite difficult. After all, the whale was a powerful creature, stronger than the other souls he'd eaten from the fish, shrimp and jellyfish. As Suizhong was struggling to swallow it, the whale kept trying to run away. In fact, several times it even managed to break free. But as a large predator unaccustomed to fighting back, it was simply struggling to be free by instinct. Suizhong seized it tightly and continued to swallow. After a long time, he managed to devour it and convert it to the energy that fueled his soul. The whale's soul was enormous, and Suizhong felt he may have eaten too much, like a snake that might not feel too good after eating an elephant. But since a soul couldn't die of overeating, he rested for a while and regained his strength. This fight had been very dangerous. Why was that? Well, the whale was not only mysteriously powerful, but also highly intelligent and cunning. It was indeed the dominant predator in the sea. Were it not for Suizhong's built-in advantage, that he would survive even if his jellyfish's body was disfigured, as well as the whale's lack of experience with fighting between souls, then Suizhong likely would have been the one who was defeated. As the saying goes, he who risks nothing gains nothing. Suizhong had learned a lot from this dangerous hunting experience. By devouring the giant whale's soul, his soul had grown exponentially stronger. If this world were an online game, the level_up icon over his character's head would have popped up a few times. In fact, leveling up was just a small part of the experience he'd gained. The most important part was the information stored in the whale's soul, which was a bit disorganized. Mostly it was hunting experience that was useless to Suizhong, but there was still plenty of information that he could utilize. For example, now he knew how to use the ice magic that the whale summoned, and he was aware of his location in the surrounding area. Suizhong was already sure that the whale he'd just killed was the same one that had almost eaten him when he first arrived in this world. He'd had a stroke of good luck by killing it and getting some retribution. According to the whale's memory, he was actually quite close to the edge of the sea. If he swam in a certain direction for a day or two, he'd even reach land, as long as he swam at the speed of a giant whale. Suizhong became very excited. He was anxious to swim to land, so he could go ashore and get to really know this world. Still, he withheld his excitement and decided to explore the deep sea instead of rushing towards land. He needed to become more powerful. Chapter 5. Suizhong found that in this world, there was a force called magic energy. The giant whale had been born with the ability to practice ice magic. But the reason why its ice magic was powerful enough to freeze so much water so quickly was because it had made great efforts to enhance its ice magic, rather than relying on its natural-born ability. To enhance its ice magic, the whale had absorbed rich magic energy from a special trench in the deep sea. In fact, Suizhong was quite eager to go ashore, so he could find some people and get to know what on earth this world was. But he also knew that his safety was most important, no matter when or where he was. If he couldn't control his curiosity, it would probably cost him his life, even if so far it seemed he had 9 lives like a cat. This world was not safe at all. If a whale in the sea had dirty tricks up his sleeve, then who could say what dirty tricks a human being might play? Therefore, he needed to make himself much stronger so that he could live safely in this world. Even if he couldn't be the most powerful being in this world, he should at least make sure that he could run away when he knew he couldn't win. He waited patiently until the ice melted, then turned the whale's body into nutrients and absorbed them as energy. Now he could repair and improve the jellyfish's body. He made his body bigger and more elastic by adding many tentacles and a few pairs of propellers. He also hollowed his body out, making strategic holes in his thick outer skin. The hollowed body and the holes created a balance between Suizhong and the sea by keeping the pressure both inside and outside of his body the same. This way, he wouldn't be crushed by the water pressure in the deep sea. If needed, the holes could also function as blowholes, helping him change direction and adjust his posture. This level of control would be necessary in a big fight. Suizhong recalled that before he was transported, he'd watched a famous Japanese anime that had super robots which were always involved in some serious fight. They were all equipped with vernier thrusters, something similar to the holes he had made. Allegedly, that anime was very technically proficient. Some people had even made real robots. Whether they were powerful or not was another thing entirely, by following the designs mentioned in the animation, which meant that these holes should actually work, right? Anyway, keeping them wouldn't do any harm, even if he never really used them. Additionally, his hollowed body could be used to store things. Suizhong had kept some valuable items from the dead whale, a sharp horn which contained powerful cold energy, a cold and frightening gemstone inside its head, an exceptionally hard skeleton, and a layer of skin that was still firm. Suizhong had already made good use of these resources to rebuild his body, but he hadn't used them entirely, so he wrapped up the leftovers and stored them inside his body. Others usually carried things on their back, but Suizhong stored his items in his stomach, which he thought was innovative in a way. Fully prepared for his deep dive, he quickly dove into the water and swam in the direction of the magic trench he'd seen in the whale's memory. In the deep sea, it was dark and unsettling. He could sense it was not safe down here at the bottom of the sea. Sifting through the whale's memory, Suizhong found that the whale had been in danger here more than once. It had only been here a few times even though it knew that the trench was the perfect place to greatly enhance its magic energy. Although a whale, Jingyu in Chinese, was called a fish, Yu in Chinese, it could not be classified as a fish. Unlike the fish, it needed to surface and breathe. While this whale shared nothing in common with whales on Earth in regards to theirs and intelligence, at least they had the need to surface in common. If the whale held its breath for long enough, it could stay underwater for a very long time. But it might still face great danger if it got into a fight with others at the bottom of the sea and was stuck down there, unable to flee. Nonetheless, Suizhong had nothing to worry about in this regard. A soul didn't need air, and neither did a jellyfish, a helpful fact since his body was a dead jellyfish. Suizhong couldn't understand why this dead body hadn't started to decay and could still move around as if it were still alive. Simply put, he could stay in the water as long as he wanted with no need to worry about suffering from the lack of oxygen. The jellyfish couldn't see in the dark, but since Suizhong had grown much more powerful, he could sense where he was through intuition. This left him much better off than the whale itself ever was. Apart from the time when he foraged above for food, Suizhong often swam in the deep sea, trying to find the trench from the whale's memory. During his journey, he met a few big deep sea monsters, but he didn't fight any of them. His transformed body was extremely powerful, which was enough to make those monsters think twice before they made any move on him. Also, because Suizhong didn't want to encroach on their territory, every time he saw them, he would take a roundabout way so as not to provoke them. He had no idea how long he'd been swimming when he finally arrived at the trench, which was a bizarre region shrouded by a bluish-white light, located at the bottom of the sea in a wide crack. Although the light wasn't strong, it did make his soul feel icy cold. The rugged rocks at the bottom of the sea were covered in a layer of thick frost. Watching carefully, he found that this was where the bluish-white light came from. "What in God's name is this?" Suizhong muttered, tentatively extending a tentacle to touch the sparkling frost. The tentacle immediately turned into an icicle, and the ice began spreading rapidly to his whole body through the tentacle. Luckily, he had guessed this would happen and was already prepared. The tentacle wasn't much longer than the others, and it also had a few weak joints where it could be broken off by the ice to prevent it from spreading any further. This long ice tentacle slowly fell down onto the sparkling frost, but instead of bouncing back, it quietly turned into a fine powder, settling all over the ground. Watching this, Suizhong was startled, and left this damn place without even noticing. No wonder the whale seldom came here despite the opportunity to enhance its magic energy. This place was too terrifying. Anyone could die here if he wasn't careful. After hesitating for a long time, Suizhong finally decided to approach the bluish-white icy trench again. Although this place was indeed very dangerous, as long as he was careful and kept his distance, the danger was within his control. This was just like in the world he once knew, where everyone knew that electricity was dangerous, yet still used it. Okay, it will be fine as long as I keep a certain distance from it. Suizhong moved forward a little, then stopped and hovered in place by pointing a few pairs of propellers in all directions. Then, he tried to absorb some of the cold energy, which was far from easy. After all, he wasn't the giant whale which had been born with the ability to control the cold energy. However, just as the saying goes that good things come to those who wait, without knowing how long he'd been trying, Suizhong finally succeeded in absorbing the cold energy and storing it in his body. Although this process was slow, as he became more and more adept at it, he could absorb the cold energy more and more quickly. Eventually, he found that a gemstone similar to the one in the whale's head had formed in the jellyfish's body. Can this dot be the legendary magic core or magic crystal? If this is true, could I have evolved into a warcraft? Suizhong felt a bit funny about this. Not only could a jellyfish body which had been dead for a while move around as if it were still alive, but it could also evolve into a warcraft. What a bizarre world this was. Now that the gemstone had formed in his body, Suizhong clearly felt that he could absorb the cold energy much more quickly. Absorbing and storing a huge amount of cold energy in the gemstone, he started to think about how best to use it. Searching the whale's memory, he found that the whale had 3 ways to use it. First, it could turn the cold energy into an ice beam, spreading it via the water to freeze the enemy. This was how the whale had hit him with a sneak attack earlier. Second, the whale could spread the cold energy around itself to form frost armor. When it had first fought Suizhong, it didn't get the chance to use this tactic. Of course, even if it had managed to, this wouldn't have made a big difference. Last but not least, it could release all the cold energy stored in its gemstone at once, completely freezing a large area of surrounding water. This method was actually controllable, meaning that once it was out of danger, the whale can absorb the cold energy it had released before and easily unfreeze the water around it. So whether it was for the purpose of escaping or counterattacking, this last tactic was a useful one. However, the total release of cold energy also came with a big price. The whale would lose all of its cold energy in a very short time, therefore, this method was only used when the whale's life was threatened. As far as Suizhong was concerned, all 3 methods were good, but a bit monotonous. So, based on his life experience from his former world, and by repeatedly experimenting, he managed to create 2 more tactics. The first was the ability to create sharp knives with a cold energy. These knives could be used as a variety of ancient weapons, like swords, spears, 2-edged swords and halberds, or even sharp claws and teeth. He practiced how to change the cold energy into these weapons often. In a word, the knife method was a very useful weapon. Second, he could concentrate the cold energy and release it before it became solid. Once an enemy was hit by this cold beam, the enemy would begin to freeze from the inside out. Practicing this tactic didn't consume that much energy, but it was so much more powerful than the ice beam method used by the whale. Whoever was hit by this tactic was sure to die. Since even a dog has a name, Suizhong named the 5 practices, or magics, respectively, Cryo Beam, Frost Armor, Ice Blocking, Ice Knife and Ice Bombardment. To be honest, these names didn't sound all that cool to him. Some of them even seemed kinda dumb. But it was fine with him if they sounded stupid, as long as they were useful. All these tactics could only be made possible by using ice magic. With the gemstone, Suizhong could store the cold energy continually, but he couldn't store nearly as much through daily accumulation alone. Compared with absorbing it from the icy trench in the deep sea, the former was much slower. After some experiments, he discovered something interesting. In this world, the deeper he went, the more concentrated the magic energy was. In other words, the deeper he went, the quicker he could absorb and accumulate cold energy. The higher he went, the weaker the magic became. Above the sea, things would be the opposite. In this world, the magic energy close to the sea level was the weakest. No wonder the fish and shrimp in the shallows were so feeble. What a wonderful world! After enough time had passed, Suizhong felt he could absorb no more of the cold energy from the icy trench. No matter how hard he tried, the gemstone could no longer store any cold energy. Instead, if he kept absorbing it, the cold energy would just leak away like water, and all this would do was harm the jellyfish's body. He knew that the time for improving his abilities in seclusion was over. Now it was time to go ashore and find some people. Chapter 6. Alas, those who are bulky also have problems. A huge monster near the coast was sobbing. After leaving the ice trench in the deep sea, Suizhong set out for the land he'd seen in the memory of the giant whale and arrived at the coast very soon. The scenery here was less than ideal. The beach was a black tidal land, giving off a rotten smell that could be smelled from a great distance. It was almost a huge muddy pond. Suizhong detested this environment, but he had no other choice. According to the memory of the giant whale, all that was known about the vicinity was a black tidal land such as this, wherever one went. The giant whale wasn't very curious, it had just habitually cruised around in the sea. But even so, it had also been cruising along the coast for 2 or 3 days. The places it had passed weren't different at all. So Suizhong could only sigh, manipulating his huge deformed jellyfish's body and trying to swim towards the shore. He didn't worry about a lack of oxygen or drying out because this jellyfish was dead anyway, and what happened to its body wasn't important. Moreover, its skin was thick after repeated strengthening, and it was also covered by the tough skin from the giant whale, so it was sealed off enough to prevent water loss. However, Suizhong had overlooked a major point. Once he landed, his massive body weight as a huge monster became a major problem without the buoyancy of the sea. He soon found out that even when only the upper body was out of the water, when the body wasn't entirely out of the water, his massive weight had already caused the weight-bearing tentacles to sink deep into the mud on the beach. For him, taking each step was very complicated. It would be nearly impossible for him to move when he was entirely out of the water. Perhaps he could laboriously use great strength to hack a way forward step by step, even though every step would leave a big pit on the ground. However, this plan was not only a waste of power but also silly. He was left with 2 choices, walk, or dig. Suizhong really didn't want to do something so stupid, so he tried to think of a way to solve the problem. Eventually, he came up with a solution that was not actually a solution. Since his body was large and heavy and very inconvenient for him to move, he needed to make the body smaller and lighter. He could decompose some of the muscles and bones, which form the body, into nutrients and then condense the body to reduce its size and weight. This plan directly contradicted common sense from what he'd learned about biology and the conservation of mass. It was absolutely impossible on Earth. But it was not impossible in this world. It was just complex, and the process of transformation meant using up many nutrients. Suizhong didn't want to be wasteful, but if he wanted to land, look for people, and learn more about the world, he had no other choice. The huge sea monster trembled and quickly shrunk. After a while, it had shrunk from the size of a hill to less than 1% of its former size. According to the whale's memory, Suizhong's new size was about the same as a small fishing boat used by ordinary fishermen. He wanted to shrink further, but at the moment his body had shrunk as much as possible. Except for the necessary skin and bone structure, The rest was almost entirely composed of highly concentrated nutrients, leaving no room for further compression. It's still a bit big, but it's the best I can do. He sighed. And so this jellyfish, which would still be considered a behemoth in the sea, stepped forward and landed, supporting its body with a massive tentacles and crossing the muddy beach. The muddy beach was now no obstacle for Suizhong. With the tentacles churning along, he soon passed the beach and entered the woods by the sea. The woods here were rather weird. The ground and vegetation were all gray-black, with the only difference being the shades of black. Walking in the woods, he could feel that the air was filled with an eerie power that made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, leaving his mind muddy and confused. Such word magic. According to the memory of the whale, it has never seen such a place. It seems to be unique to land. Moving forward, Suizhong sensed the oddness of his surroundings. Strange, how can there be so few creatures in the woods? Clearly, the woods are full of lush vegetation, but there are so few insects to be found. What's happened? His soul was so strong that even the whale, whose age was unknown, bowed to his superiority. Even though he hadn't deliberately enhanced his sense of direction, he was very aware of slight changes within a few miles. Following his intuition, he could see that the woods lacked animals and insects even if they had luxuriant foliage, which he found somewhat astonishing. In the vast natural world, wherever there was a plant, there should be plant-eating herbivores, which in turn meant there should be carnivores that ate the herbivores. That was how the food chain worked. Even without animals, at least there should be highly adaptable insects around. However, these woods completely contradicted his knowledge of biology, so it was almost too weird to describe. It was worth noting that it had been a long time since he'd arrived in this world. He had traveled many places in the boundless sea. He had also gained some of the memory of the whale by eating its soul. But neither in his travels nor in the memory of the giant whale had he encountered such a strange phenomenon. Coupled with the air imbued with the same weird magic that even the whale had never seen, Suizhong had a vague but ominous feeling. Isn't this ghostly place the so-called forbidden place that was formed because of chaotic ancient magic? There were forbidden places in this world, where horrible, powerful and even perverted monsters lived, or the chaos of magic was unbearable, making it a forbidden zone of life that the overwhelming majority of creatures could only avoid and observe from afar. For example, the ice trench that Suizhong had visited not long before was a forbidden place. Judging by their odd appearance, the woods seemed somewhat forbidden. However, it had not occurred to Suizhong that this world actually had such a weird forbidden place without much impact on plants, but very unfriendly to animals. What was worse, the body he was currently possessing was an animal's. Aware of this, he immediately became alert, raising his awareness of his surroundings and not daring to relax for a moment. His natural state was, in fact, a soul, which meant perhaps he didn't need to be afraid of the dangers in this forbidden place. But who could say it wouldn't be worse for a soul? As the saying goes, caution is the parent of safety. After walking carefully for a while, he didn't encounter any danger, and more insects appeared around him. Suizhong realized that he might have been too afraid and had made a mistake. Maybe the woods only had a few animals and insects because they didn't like the environment beside the sea, not due to any danger. Suizhong had made a fuss about this weird phenomenon but ended up laughing to himself about it. Fortunately, he was alone, so there wasn't anyone else to laugh at him for making something out of nothing. Smiling in a self-deprecating way, Suizhong finally calmed down and moved on. These dark black woods were so enormous that he failed to walk out of them even though he walked from the time he landed until it turned dark. As the sun set and the moon rose, Suizhong found a vacant space in the woods to rest for the time being, even though he could still move freely at night. Moving during the day and resting at night was a habit that made great pains to keep. He did this less out of a need for safety and more out of a desire to keep some trace of being human. During this period of time, Suizhong found himself increasingly accustomed to the monster's lifestyle, becoming oblivious to his old way of life. This made him a bit nervous, so he deliberately retained some of the habits of a human being. It served only to remind him that he was not really a big monster but in fact still human. No vegetation grew in the vacant space in the woods, and the soil was exceptionally black. The turbid magic in the air became thicker. Although Suizhong chose to rest here, he also wanted to test this place to some extent. If there really was anything weird in the woods, then it would be in a vacant space like this. He paused under a big tree on the edge of the vacant space, waiting patiently. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the last rays of the sunset disappeared in the sky, and bizarre changes began to happen in the woods. The ground began emitting streaks of black gas in a haze that gradually covered the forest floor. Suizhong clearly saw that the black gas emitted from the vacant space was thick. It didn't plume but instead was emitted in streams like small geysers. He became alert and prepared for a fight. As more and more black gas filled the air, the turbid chaos magic in the air gradually became thicker too, especially above the vacant space. The magic slowly condensed until it became visible to the naked eye, interweaving with the black fog and transforming into a flowing whirlpool. After a while, the ground slowly cracked, and black skulls popped out one by one. What is this? A natural disaster caused by dead souls? Suizhong was surprised for a moment. He'd never expected to actually see this fantasy stuff. He then carefully observed the skulls but found that they didn't cause him much concern. They didn't seem very strong. He waited for a moment and saw more and more skulls and skeletons pop out and gradually compress into a dense pile. But he simply stood still and seemed to be in a trance. These skeletons. What's going on? Suizhong didn't act rashly and continued to wait patiently. When the pile of skeletons reached a certain height, they stopped emerging from the ground. But the turbid chaos magic in the sky gradually gathered toward them. Suizhong keenly felt that although it happened slowly, the skeletons absorbed the magic bit by bit. This situation lasted all night until the moon was about to set and the dawn gradually appeared on the horizon. Suddenly, the ground cracked again and all of the skulls disappeared underground. The thick magic with the black gas had also dispersed. When the sun shone again, the woods regained their original appearance. Suizhong didn't leave but stayed next to the vacant space and waited for the next night. The next night, the same bizarre magic ceremony occurred again. When the sun shone again, and the skulls once again returned underground, Suizhong couldn't help but laugh. This was really weird but very interesting. Chapter 7. Suizhong had great patience. Or, more likely, after traveling through space to this strange world, wandering in the vast sea, and absorbing magic in the ice trench, he had perfected the skill of patience. So he spent 5 days next to the weird vacant space, watching. During these 5 days, he rarely moved and always carefully observed his surroundings. Through observation, he was able to sum up the law of magic in the woods. It was actually quite simple. The magic was weakest at noon and strongest at midnight, and this cycle went on endlessly. In addition, he finally understood why there was such verdant plant life in the woods and so few animals and insects. Every night, the thick magical power killed many of the animals and insects, and their carcasses slowly seeped into the earth. Perhaps those black skulls and skeletons were actually the accumulated debris. The thick magic late at night had no effect on Suizhong. His body had long gathered the ice magic with such a staggering concentration that it had reached its limit. It even got to the point that his body continued to lose magic as he produced more every day. Because it could no longer be condensed and stored, it had to be dispersed out of his body. Only this concentrated ice magic was comparable to the magic fog in the woods at night, and only the black fog, which became much thicker above the black vacant space, would be stronger than the magic dispersed by him. He also discovered something: the black skeletons seemed to be resentful of all creatures except plants. As soon as insects or animals came close to them at night, they would attack wildly, kick, scratch and bite, intending to kill them. But they turned a blind eye to Suizhong, who was quite close to them, as if he didn't exist. Maybe this was because the body that he was in was actually already dead. After observing for a few days in succession, Suizhong felt that he had collected enough information and finally chose one day at noon to dig underneath the black vacant space as the sun shone splendidly. What he saw met his expectations, a bunch of dark black bones when he only dug a bit at the surface. They weren't complete skeletons, but a variety of bone fragments. It seems that the skeletons temporarily pile up at night. Suizhong watched the bones as they faded slowly from dark black to light gray in the sun, and he nodded secretly. He didn't move the bones, nor did he fill the burrowed hole until the next night. As he had guessed, the faded bones didn't turn into skeletons that night, although the magical powers of the woods still clung to the vacant space. The bones simply rattled all night long. The next day was once again sunny. The bones faded even more in the sun, and they shook with an even weaker sound at night. So Suizhong almost fully understood now. He no longer observed and left. He walked alone in the black woods, moving by day and resting at night. Along the way he could, from time to time, see those black vacant spaces that he suspected had skeletons buried beneath them. He also tried attacking the black skeletons and found that they were very weak. He could destroy them by sweeping them away, without using magic. This is a good thing, Suizhong smiled and said to himself after destroying another group of black skeletons. It seems that this world is not very dangerous. So after walking for another 5 or 6 days, he finally saw the long-awaited traces of people. It was a small village built on a vast open space. This space was clearly the result of man-made deforestation, as it was surrounded by many stumps. Many of the traces of deforestation on the stumps were still new, and some villagers were working hard to cut down the black woods and extend a cleared space for survival. This was a small village, with small cabins forming a circle around a significantly taller stone house that was surrounded by wells. A strange cross-shaped statue was erected on the roof of the stone house, which was formed by a horizontal dagger and a vertical eye. The strange statue made Sui feel somewhat uncomfortable. It wasn't a feeling of danger, but pure disgust. It was a feeling similar to Hindus seeing fried steaks, or Muslims seeing rice with pork, or foodies seeing microwave dinners, or animal activists seeing someone eat live shrimp. This statue was really cursed, and he did not like it. The village looked quite normal except for the upsetting statue. The village was surrounded by wooden fences that were large and tall like massive walls. The stone house was somewhat crudely built, but it used ample materials so that people knew it was strong when they saw it. Also, the villagers who were walking around wore somewhat shabby clothes. Apparently, they weren't particularly wealthy. The entire village had only one exit, guarded by a tall and strong bald man. Although the man didn't wear armor, he carried a big axe that appeared to be heavy. He seemed quite powerful. He vigilantly kept watch and never left his post. He seemed to be a very responsible man. Pieces of farmland surrounded the village. The farmland was planted with a kind of vine that Suizhong didn't recognize. The vines had neither flowers nor fruits, only pieces of gray-green leaves. Looking closely, he found that the leaves had vague golden veins, which emitted a slightly golden color when reflecting the sunshine. There were also farmers working in the farmland. They were mainly women and children doing strange work. They didn't plow or fertilize the soil or weed or catch insects, but instead carefully sprinkled a spoonful of water on the leaves of the vines. From time to time, they would scoop out water from the wooden casks, large or small, that they carried on their back or arm and sprinkle it onto the vines. The spoons they used were quite small. 10 or more spoonfuls of water were roughly equal to an ordinary person's mouthful of water. It was clear that they cherished the water when taking it from the wooden cask, as they often paid careful attention to it for a while before watering the vines. The origin of the water was quite extraordinary, and the water needed to be obtained through special rituals. The rituals went like this: every 10 days or so, A few young girls wearing black robes gathered in front of the main entrance of the stone house in the evening and chanted incantations while circling a huge pot. A live chick hung from a wooden shelf above the pot, and they chanted incantations until the moon rose. Then they cut the neck of the unlucky chick and let the blood flow into the pot, mixing with a pot of water. Then they continued their incantations. Not until midnight did they carry the pot into the stone house. More than once, Suizhong tried to see what they were going to do with the pot once it was inside. But something in his soul prevented him from entering the stone house, as if a tough beast hide was stopping him. He only knew that the next day, the villagers got a bucket of well water when the moon was rising and placed it in the moonlight for a night before delivering it to the stone house before sunrise. Some unknown process would occur, and on the third day, the water used for the vines was available in the stone house. Suizhong speculated that there must be some type of pharmacists or magicians living inside the stone house who instructed the little girls to cast magic on the well water so that it had special powers to promote the growth of the vines. Of course, maybe the man who never left the stone house was actually a secluded chef who had mastered the essence of a 1,000-year-old cooking technique. Perhaps he could create fantastic flavors when stewing a pot of chicken blood, and even the vines could sense this and grow. Suizhong felt that in this magical world, anything was possible. Well, by any rate, he must taste this chicken blood soup. In addition to the special water used for the vines, villagers of course also drew water from the well for daily use. Suizhong noticed that although there was a small river not far from the village, no one went to the river to use its water. All people drank, cooked, and used well water. Perhaps this was related to the ubiquitous chaotic and turbid magic in the woods. According to his observations, the closer a place was to the village, the weaker the turbulent magic in the woods would be. But a somewhat uncomfortable atmosphere would linger over the village. Perhaps it was this atmosphere that annoyed him which allowed the villagers to resist the all-encompassing chaos of the magic in the black woods and avoid being harmed. But this defensive effect was apparently limited. Every late afternoon, both the lumberjacks and the farmers hurried back to the village and locked the door, and a group of young men with hammers or axes came to the cabins on the two sides of the main gate and took turns to keep watch. During this time, the uncanny atmosphere at the center of the village would become much stronger, shrouding the entire village. The vines in the fields would also emit a slight golden light. It was quite different from the atmosphere, rejecting the chaotic magic inherent in the black woods. The two complemented each other, guarding this little village. Suizhong, hiding in the depths of the woods dozens of miles away, sensed from afar the village's predicament weighing on his soul. He found that the main work of the villagers, besides logging and farming, was raising chickens. However, they never ate the chickens. The chickens were purely a sacrifice. He also studied the vines, and strangely, the vines echoed the uncomfortable atmosphere. But when he touched the vines with his soul, he didn't feel any repulsive force. They just seemed to be ordinary vines. Obviously, there was something mysterious going on. Unfortunately, he was unable to communicate with the villagers because of the language barrier. He had to hide his doubts in his mind and intended to ask for details only after they had established a friendship. Suizhong was in no hurry to come into contact with the villagers and instead had opted to observe their lives from afar. He'd been observing for a long time and finally confirmed that the villagers' lives were rather tedious. Rarely had he seen anything in the way of entertainment or recreation. Every day that they weren't logging, they were farming, living a life devoid of fun. The strange people in this world seemed to lead a hard life. Day after day, they repeated simple laborious tasks and never rested. Like a group of industrious ants, they tried to run their own little territory without laziness or relaxation. Suizhong silently watched them, waiting for the right opportunity to approach them. He didn't want to rush into contact with these people. For one thing, he didn't know the language of these people, so they simply could not communicate. For another thing, his appearance was monstrous, and he was afraid that when he appeared he would scare these people to death. maybe they would surround him and launch a desperate fight. He knew nothing about the customs and practices of this world. However, by putting himself in their shoes, he knew that a normal person, when faced with a big monster speaking a different language, would try to either escape or fight. If anyone were rash enough to be friendly to the monster, that person would either be a protagonist full of love and courage like in fairy tales, or a deity from a cartoon. Either way, none of the people in this village seemed like the type. After a while, the vines in the fields grew thicker and the golden veins on the leaves became more apparent. When the villagers saw them, their faces often flashed a smile, presumably with hopeful joy for a plentiful harvest. But it was strange that they often showed fear and unease too, which Suizhong found quite surprising. After a period of time, they stopped logging. Guided by the bald janitor, all young adults, men, and women started combat training, improving their skills with an axe and hammer. Many others were busy making shields with wood as if they were preparing for a fight. Suizhong curiously observed them and couldn't understand what was causing their concern or whom they were trying to go to war with. But he was a little happy, judging by the villagers' preparations. It was foreseeable that the upcoming battle would be very dangerous. As long as he appeared as a friendly party, he wouldn't be treated as an unwelcome enemy. This was exactly the chance he had been waiting for. Chapter 8. Several days later, when the first morning light touched the ground, the vines that had become as thick as the length of a child's wrist suddenly trembled. Their leaves began rapidly changing color, yellowing, and falling. For a brief moment, the farmland circling the village was full of fallen leaves. As the leaves fell, the green vines began to change color. They began glittering as if they had been absorbing and condensing the sunlight for a long time. Just looking at these golden vines brought warmth to the heart of anyone who saw them. The villagers cheered and began their harvest. They cut the vines into pieces as long as half an arm, leaving only a root the size of a palm. Golden white powder fell from the cut section of the vine, and many villagers bit into them when harvesting. It seemed this was their staple food. However, Suizhong noticed that there were no children picking up and eating the cut vines. Because of this, he assumed the vines didn't taste very good. Since children were the most innocent, normally they would happily eat wild fruits even if they were 80% sour and only 20% sweet. Since the children had no interest in these vines, they must taste extremely boring. Obviously, reaping vines required a lot of labor. The lumberjacks doing the harvesting were exhausted and covered in sweat. The women and children were busy collecting the yellow leaves, grinding them with stones, turning them into a pale yellow starch, and moving them into the stone house with buckets. Suizhong didn't know what this was for. There were many vines around the village, and the reaping lasted for 3 days. When only the last row of vines near the village remained, the villagers no longer reaped but began to prepare for other things. They brought together the elderly and children who lacked combat effectiveness, dressed them in clothes soaked in the gray-yellowish starch, and gathered them in a few relatively strong wooden houses. In front of them were statues resembling the unsettling statue on the roof of the stone house, and around them were a few barrels of pulp with an unknown purpose. However, the young adults, men, and women were busy eating and drinking. This time they didn't eat the batter made from the powder of ground vines, but the dried chicken that had been taken out of the stone house. It seemed that the chicken was not delicious, as all were scowling while eating, yet everyone was trying to eat more. Perhaps they did so in order to ensure their physical strength. It looks like the battle is close, Suizhong told himself secretly. He thought it over long and hard. He would have to present himself as a huge friendly monster that wasn't unbelievably powerful. In order to do that, he needed to deliberately suppress his might, a more practical approach compared to scaring the villagers by appearing excessively powerful. Suppressing his might was simple as long as he subtly changed the structure of his muscles to decrease his maximum power. He wasn't afraid to run into danger. So far in the Black Woods, he hadn't encountered anything that could be considered dangerous. Not to mention that his most powerful resource wasn't a strong body, but the ice magic. With the ice magic as his last resort, it didn't matter if his body was a bit weaker. After everything was properly prepared, it began to get dark. The villagers closed the gate of the wooden fence, and some particularly strong villagers held weapons, waiting near the gate. Some eager villagers climbed up to the house and took charge of keeping watch there as well. Inside the village, at every step, there were bonfires burning around the fences. Next to every one of the bonfires, there was a villager guarding it. The blaze of the burning fires brightened the surroundings, giving the village ample warmth and, more importantly, a sense of security. At night the black woods were cold and dangerous, and for the villagers fire was indispensable. When the moon slowly rose, Suizhang, who was lurking deep in the woods, felt a hint of strangeness. Beneath the vacant space near the village, the chaotic and turbid magic was gathering. Although a dark fog formed by the magic would gather in the black woods every night, tonight was the first time that he had seen such powerful magic. In the black woods, the magic of cohesion would transform the underground bones into skeletons that could move. So, with such powerful magic at hand, what might happen? The answer soon revealed itself, as he sensed that countless skeletons were slowly forming underground. It wouldn't take long before they broke through the ground and emerged. Strange. How could there be so many bones underground around the village? Where did these bones come from? I didn't find them before, Suizhang said to himself suspiciously. He wasn't worried that the skeletons would pose a threat to him. He just didn't understand. Could it be that the bones of the dead could still move underground? This world really was weird. After a while, the skeletons had taken shape and floated slowly toward the ground. This was also completely contrary to physics. The earth was not water, and skeletons were not fish, so then how on earth could they pass right through the soil as if they were swimming? Suizhang watched the situation develop and thought for a while. As the skeletons approached the ground, the roots of the remaining vines in the farmland started to give off a faint golden light, forming a protective shield that stopped the skeletons in their tracks. This shield didn't last long, and strong magical forces quickly assembled from all directions and offset it. In no more than an hour, the golden shield had been completely eroded by the magic, and the roots of the vines had withered and turned into dark wood chips. No wonder they have to keep a circle of vines near the village, which seems to be for defensive purposes, Suizhang muttered. These villagers are indeed the type of people who are well prepared to live in the black woods. With this thought, he couldn't help but worry a bit. If the villagers could easily defeat this strong magical enemy, then he wouldn't have the chance to present himself to them. If he couldn't wait for the right opportunity, his first contact with the villagers would be far less simple. However, Suizhang soon realized that his fears were unnecessary. The magic power gathered around the village was getting stronger and thicker, and more skeletons were rising from underground. Soon there were tens of thousands of them. Seeing this horrible number, it was clear that no matter how comprehensive a defense the village had prepared, it would inevitably face a bitter fight. His chance of presenting himself to the villagers would soon come. Tens of thousands was a wonderful word. When it appeared in storybooks, children wouldn't bat an eye. But when confronted with this number in person, even the mightiest soldier would be shocked. When followed by the word enemies, it made people desperate. The thick magic power kept condensing and eroded the shield formed by the row of vines closest to the village. The unharvested vines formed a protective cover much better than the ones formed only by roots. Nonetheless, it was defeated soon after facing the endless magic backed by the black woods, and it too turned into black wooden chips. In fact, it lasted even less time than the shield formed by the roots. Perhaps this was the reason why the villagers only left a small circle of vines. The dark magic would cohere together faster and overpower them no matter what. Even if all the vines were left intact to form shields, they wouldn't last long, so there was no point in preserving all the vines in the farmland, and wasting all of their food. For these villagers who were far from wealthy, this waste was obviously not allowed. Although a failed battle would mostly mean death for them, Lack of food in the weird black woods apparently also resulted in death. If the only result was death, then it was far more enjoyable to die fighting in battle than die of hunger. If one could only choose between the two, surely most people would want to fight until death after eating and drinking like a hero, rather than being exhausted from hunger and coldness and finally dying in despair. As the ancient Chinese said, if the people do not fear death, then why scare them with death? When ordinary people could choose only between dying of starvation or of a fight, the threat of government suppression by military means was no longer an effective deterrent to them, and their next plan of action would be far more revolutionary. This token of wisdom, no matter which world it came from, was universal. Due to his blind and disorderly speculation, Sui Zhong found that he'd been distracted for some time. When he recovered his senses, he found that the battle had already started. Countless skeletons, like a black tide, were flocking to and surrounding the entire village. They continuously attacked the wooden fences protecting the village. Although the strength of each hit was minor compared to the solid wooden fences, it would only be a matter of time before the fences collapsed with the accumulation of so many hits. The villagers were constantly attacking the skeletons with lit firewood. The wood itself caused negligible damage, the flame was what really hurt them. Whenever the flame hit the skeletons, they would retreat as if they were badly burned. If they couldn't escape, their body would tremble slightly, and the burnt part would fade a bit. It was like being burnt by the sun, albeit a lot worse. Over time, a thick layer of bones piled up on the ground around the fences. The bones were light gray color. This meant that the magic motivating them to stand and act as skeletons had dissipated, and at least for a short period of time, they wouldn't turn into those frightening creatures. Judging by the quantity of bones, the villagers' fight was still very effective. However, when Sui Zhong looked at the entire battlefield, he couldn't help but feel pessimistic about their situation. The number of skeletons didn't seem to have decreased at all. He used his psychic perception to observe the underground areas and found that the skeletons were in fact still generating continuously, constantly surfacing one after the other. With the inexhaustible power of the dark magic behind them, the only thing that could limit their quantity was the space that accommodated them. What the villagers were fighting against was not thousands of enemies, but thousands of enemies with countless reinforcements. Simply put, their opponents were endless enemies. There was no chance of victory in this battle. Chapter 9. It was late at night, and it was gradually getting colder. During this cold night, a desperate battle was taking place. One side of the battle was an army of skeletons that seemed to be the embodiment of the endless evil of the Black Woods. The other side was a group of villagers who settled in the Black Woods, and made every effort to protect their homeland and their lives. The fighting process was somewhat dull and monotonous. The skeletons rushed forward continuously in an attempt to undermine the wooden fences surrounding the village, while the villagers slung burning sticks out through the gaps in the fences, beating and burning the approaching skeletons. They dispersed the magic on their bodies with flames, so that they temporarily became harmless bones. Seen from Sui Zhong's side, the black tide was constantly surging toward the village surrounded by wooden fences, and then it was stopped by the red flame. The tide constantly fluctuated. With every fluctuation, there would be one or several skeletons reduced to bones, then scattered on the ground to form small gaps. Other skeletons soon followed up to fill up the gaps and continued their assault. This was a simple and repetitive process. At first glance, the villagers' defenses seemed impeccable. No matter how many skeletons came, they could only be stopped outside the wooden fences and rolled all the way back underground after sunrise. However, Sui Zhong did know that the balance of victory had completely tilted, and the failure of the villagers was impending. The reason was simple: they were tired. They needed to push back the skeletons that had rushed in front of the fence with every round of assault, and this was the only way they could prevent the skeletons' attack on their defenses. The strength of skeletons was, however, not to be underestimated. Each time they were pushed back, a lot of effort was exerted. Villagers had probably pushed their troops back hundreds of times since the skeleton army came to their fences. More than 100 of times did not seem to be much, but in fact, pushing back so many times was more than enough to tire an ordinary muscular man and make his body sore. Before the space travel, Suizhong had done physical workouts, and he could do 14 to 15 barbell presses for every set. But he only did 4 sets per day and no more than 60 reps, and it was almost his limit. However, these villagers must have had a higher exercise intensity than he did. Given the large numbers of repetitions and no rest, their stamina was quite admirable for Suizhong because, until now, no one had collapsed because of exhaustion. However, these villagers were not men of business strength, and now they were sweating. They were now only dragging on. But looking at the sky, Sui found that although the moon was to the west, it was still long before the sunrise. "It seems that it is almost time for me to present myself," Suizhong announced to himself. As he planned to suddenly emerge and make an impressive debut, things changed again. The atmosphere that Suizhong hated and shrouded the village every night had become powerful. Without warning, it rushed to the skeleton army like a wave from the sea. The crackling sound came together, and all of the skeletons close to the fences were instantly disintegrated, and turned to pale-colored bones that spilled over. At the same time, Suizhong heard prayers. Many prayers joined together in a strange rhythm to promote the atmosphere's growth. He was surprised, and only recovered after a long while. This world was not the Earth, so it had supernatural forces such as those skeletons. In the face of the attack of these forces, of course, it should be the supernatural forces that should be used to defend. Perhaps this was the real defense of the village, right? Facts prove that Suizhong was wrong again. Just when he was shocked, 4 young girls wearing black robes walked out of the stone house, each carrying a wooden cage covered with black cloth. They each walked to one side of the village, leaving the wooden cage to the 4 bulky men who had been there for a while. They cautiously took the cage, and forcibly threw it out over the fences and into the army of skeletons. Moments later, a shrilling roar sounded in the skeleton army. 4 monsters, whose origin was unknown, unexpectedly appeared in the skeleton army, crazily raging. These monsters had the heads and wings of chickens, but had human-like torsos. Their sturdy limbs shows that they had an extraordinary strength, and their chicken-like hands and feet were very sharp. When they touched the skeletons fell and were broken as though they were frail. The monsters were also very tall, with the shortest being the height of 3 strong men combined and the tallest one even being the height of 5 people combined. Strange. Where did these monsters come from? Suizhong was stunned as he watched what was happening. He could swear to marks. When he observed this village over the past times, he never found any traces of these 4 monsters. He would have to have been blind to miss something so big. So, where did these 4 big guys come from? No, this was not the point. The point of the problem was that with the 4 big guys guarding the gate, the skeleton army seemed to be incapable of doing anything to this village. Suizhong did not have much fighting experience, and could not accurately evaluate how strong the 4 monsters were. But as they seemed invincible among the skeletons, and the monsters seemed to have gained the upper hand in battle. Although the skeletons had sufficient support in that they were endless, the skeletons of infinite numbers could not win against the 4 powerful monsters that could defeat a large amount of skeletons by simply waving their arms. Suizhong could not help but sigh. After all, he had underestimated these villagers who could settle down in the Black Woods. But within a short time, he found that his previous estimation was correct. This village was not actually that strong. Within about half an hour, the 4 monsters suddenly screamed shrilly, and their bodies, mostly intact since the battle began to tremble violently. A moment later, they were reduced into 4 pools of blood with 4 explosions. Seeing this scene, the villagers seemed a bit disappointed, while Sui was feeling relieved. It was still early, so Sui would still have time to implement his original plan to make an impressive debut as a savior. No, in fact, the situation was even better now. Because of the struggle from the four monsters, the number of skeletons had been cut by a lot. They were no longer as dense and tight like they were before. Although reinforcements from underground were still emerging, it would take some time to restore them to their former number. In contrast, the villagers, after this period of rest, had recovered much of their physical strength. Even if they were unable to hold the skeletons back, at least the entire line of defense would not suddenly collapse, so Suizhong could be sure of saving all the people when he made his debut. It was good, and it was nothing more than scaring the villagers. But after all, there would be no danger. Suizhong was confident that as long as he jumped to the village and circled around the fence, he could destroy over 80% of the skeleton army. He could leave 2 or 3 to attack in the future. No problem, everything was going according to his plan. The destruction of the 4 monsters was apparently something the villagers had been expecting. They simply sighed in disappointment, and continued to devote themselves to defending their homeland. The situation was no different from before. The skeletons rushed to the fences, and the villagers beat them back with burning wooden sticks. They burned again and again until the skeletons collapsed. But soon, Suizhong saw the problem. The strength of the villagers was far worse now. After all, they had been exhausted and failed to recover much despite the over 30-minute rest. After all, they had been exhausted and failed to recover much despite the over 30-minute rest. However, this was a small matter at the moment. When facing the moment of life or death, even a pig would exert the last bit of strength and fight until the end, let alone a person. Even though these villagers were out of breath, Suizhong bet that they could at least insist on fighting for another hour or more. In contrast to their determination, another crisis was imminent. The wooden fences could not hold against the skeletons much longer. The wood fences around the village were indeed solid, but they were just wood. In this night, they were being constantly attacked by the skeletons, and they were burned innumerable times by the burning wood sticks. They were almost beyond their limit. If this world was a strategy game, perhaps the durability bars of the wooden fences would have turned from yellow to red, and they would collapse completely if the attacks did not let up. Once the fences were destroyed, the village's line of defense would be gone. It was at this time that the gate of the village, which had been closed, was opened. As if someone in the dark was controlling it in the distance, the skeleton army, crazily attacking the fences, stopped and rushed toward the opened gate. Suizhong was stunned. He could not understand the way these skeletons thought. The skeletons had struggled most of the night, and were about to destroy the entire wooden fences and to occupy the village. How could they drop the wood fences and rush to the gate when it was opened? What logic was this? Suizhong reckoned that only in those old games at enlightenment levels would there be such a level of artificial intelligence, and that it would be considered a mentally handicapped level. Oh? These skeletons had been dead since long ago. And they were not artificial, let alone intelligent. As he secretly complained, the skeletons, originally surrounding the entire village, gathered at the gate and rushed forward. Those who were responsible for fighting against them were some strong men who were recuperating before. They were wearing armor made of beast leather and wielding heavy weapons such as axes and hammers, and they crushed the skeletons that rushed forward. Their strong bodies, thanks to years of logging, had an unusual power unmatched by those black skeletons, many of which fell apart. However, such fierce fighting meant an amazing physical consumption for the strong men. After around 10 minutes, those strong men, who had logged for years, began panting. The bald janitor waved his hand, directing them to retreat, while he himself continued to block the skeleton's entry by leading 2 or 3 strong men into the fray. He was obviously much stronger than the lumberjacks. As he waved his axe, a few skeletons grumbled, as if he was mowing tall grass. Suizhong could not help but secretly feel surprised. This bald man did not seem to be particularly stronger than those lumberjacks, but his combat effectiveness obviously exceeded theirs, as if they were not the same species. What exactly did he eat to become so strong? He thought that after he had a good relationship with the people in this village, he must communicate with him properly. If he could learn from the janitor's strength, he could become stunningly strong through improving his physical capabilities. However, the supposed overbearing endurance of the bald janitor seemed to be problematic. Just after fighting about twice as long as average men did, he began to gasp and retreat, replaced by other lumberjacks so that he could rest. Of course, during this short period of time, he knocked down at least 200 or 300 skeletons. It was a brilliant record. This guy was really strong. Chapter 10. The fighting was again in a cycle of repetition, the lumberjacks, then the bald janitor leading a few elites, then the lumberjacks again. They fought in this cycle and killed the steady stream of skeletons as though they were a meat grinder. However, without a wooden fence as their defense, it was not a good choice to attempt to withstand the steady stream of skeletons by relying entirely on human power. As the fighting continued, some lumberjacks were injured. Because of the impact, their physical abilities dropped rapidly. Fewer and fewer lumberjacks were able to continue fighting, and the time the bald man could rest became more brief, having to keep on fighting on the front lines to prevent the front line from collapsing through his bravery. This bald man was indeed a tough guy. As the fighting continued, he had more and more wounds and gradually became stained with blood. However, clenching his teeth, not only did he not retreat, but he also refused to show even a small expression of weakness. He kept on fighting. But bravery alone was not enough. The growing wounds and his gradually slowing actions gave him away. He too could not hold on for much longer. It seemed that the bald man would not be able to hold up. Sui nodded secretly and jumped out from the depths of the woods. Perhaps this village had other ideas, but Sui Zhang could not stand by idly with his arms crossed while she watched a hero battling for the safety of others. The huge body set off a gust of wind and huge tentacles waved, breaking trees and overturning the ground, like a tornado drawing traces of terror on the earth. They pushed Sui Zhang to march quickly while crossing almost 10 miles. He finally rushed to the vacant space in front of the village. Demesa. The giant jellyfish, drawing the lines of the game in a language that nobody could comprehend in this world, struck and smashed the skeletons crowding towards the gate of the village with its swinging tentacles. Boom. At least 100 skeletons were smashed by the hit. Even the ground was deeply caved in. The monster's strange tremendous power was on full display. For these guys who only had bones left, the giant jellyfish was outrageously powerful. Ha ha. See, you trash? I am strong, super strong. I am irresistibly and absolutely powerful. Sui Zhang, laughing, waved his tentacles and whipped the skeletons, which were demolished. Although he had actually only shown a small portion of his own strength, this level of strength had been enough to wipe out a mighty army. The villagers, who had been in a bitter fight, were stunned by this chain of events. There was no way that they could have seen this coming. Experienced gamers had seen a Gonfalon jumping out of the grass before, but who could have expected such an astonishing happening as a giant dragon dropping from the sky? Fortunately, Sui Zhang had made this body quite reserved. Despite being bulky, it was not particularly ferocious. It had thick skin and plain colors, with no patterns or deformities. It was nothing more than a big monster with thick skin and tentacles. In contrast, the skeletons were more horrible. It was like an elephant and a hyena, although an elephant is much bigger than a hyena and can kill one. Judging by appearances, the elephant looks more friendly. It is especially the case when the elephant is protecting you so that you will not be hurt by a hyena. Seeing Sui Zhang sweeping off the thousands of troops by waving tentacles in all directions and leaving bone dregs flying in a disorderly way, many villagers cheered up. However, behind the crowd, in the stone house that the sense of Sui Zhang's soul could not sense, there was a pair of old eyes that did not show the slightest joy, but rather surprise and anger. What the hell is this legendary creature? This was the night watchman and chief priest of White Leaves village. He stared fiercely at the behemoth that was killing the skeleton group. He was so angry that even his beard was trembling. Having spent a lot of time, energy, and resources, he had arranged several ways of maneuvering, and was ready to take advantage of this year's Asher night when the skeleton army sieged in order to greatly enhance his power through faith, and gain more followers for his religion. He could also see the old bald man, who posed a barrier to his preaching by always encouraging the villagers to be self-reliant, die. Originally, everything was going well. Seeing that everything was happening step by step, and the bald guy was going to die soon, the night watchman gathered that when he showed his power as a last resort and acted as a savior, the villagers would surely bow down to him. They had already bowed to him, but not in a pious way. They should sincerely worship him in the way that he devoted everything to his majesty, and they should give his majesty their faith as well. Shortly after the end of life, the night watchman would be able to proudly go to the heavenly kingdom of his majesty. He prepared everything properly. When things happened step by step, all was under his command. However, this damn monster had ruined everything. Damn! Judging by this huge body and powerful force, it should be a cruel legendary monster, a monster that would destroy creatures so that people would fear it. But why had it come to protect humanity? The chief priest, who was wearing a black gown, was already very old. When he was young he had been an adventurer, traveling everywhere around the continent. He had spread the glory of the gods they believed in, all while gathering wealth and enhancing their strength. He had also seen those huge, arrogant, and unprincipled monsters with a despairing force that arbitrarily did things to avail their strengths. But now, he saw a monster that was beyond imagination. It was strong, but not fierce. On the contrary, it was very friendly. More than once, he had seen the monster deliberately avoid hurting the villagers during the battle. At points, it was even willing to be taken advantage of, which gave the skeletons chances to attack it. But it always tried to protect the villagers. There was no doubt that this was a good monster. Perhaps it was not from the human world, but from some glorious, peaceful, and warm world. Was it a heavenly creature? A heavenly jellyfish? That would be unheard of. Aside from a little doubt, he felt more anger. This old chief priest had experienced many storms and failures, so it was not a big deal if the plan failed. A narrow failure could be tolerated, but he was more disappointed with the future. Because that big guy was so friendly to humans, it was likely to stay in this area and became a patron saint or something like that. With its guardianship, the nearby villages would certainly no longer have to rely on divine power to weather the crisis. This might not be a big problem for the good God's churches that were good at treating diseases, but it was a disaster for them, an evil God's church, which was maintained with fear and threats. Not to mention, good and evil had been rivals since ancient times. If that good monster would fight and kill even those less evil necromantic beings, would it spare him, the chief priest of an evil God's church, who was completely evil? He was afraid that after it had swept the skeleton army, it would smash His Majesty's holy mansion. The old chief priest's chest fluctuated violently like a blacksmith's bellows. His anger was like a burning blast furnace, nearly making him crazy. It was absolutely intolerable. Fear and anger made him impatiently walk around, and disturb the girls around him who acted as priest assistants. Fortunately, he came to himself soon and calmed down. Anger could not solve the problem, but could bring more problems. He needed to remain calm, as things were not yet completely desperate. At this time, mortal power was useless. He could only pray to the great altar and ask for God's wisdom. The loyal vigilante, the sleepless one who guards the divine door, your servant is praying here, whose insignificant wisdom is no longer sufficient for the immediate situation. I pray that with your great wisdom, you could tell me how to do it. At first, his prayer was not answered, but it did not take long before the little shrine gave off a strange radiance. The radiance was dark, but was inexplicably dazzling. It was even stranger as warmth and coldness was also released. Accompanying this strange light was an inexplicable will, which simply contacted the old priest before it disappeared immediately, together with a fantastic radiance as though it never existed. Strange. Is it my illusion? When the radiance appeared, Suizhong felt that the annoying atmosphere was suddenly enhanced. He subconsciously looked at the stone house, but saw nothing special. When he intended to carefully watch, the atmosphere disappeared, and all was usual, so he wondered whether he just experienced an illusion. However, this idea was fleeting. It was not an easy task to properly protect the villagers while dealing with the skeleton army. At the moment, as he was repressing most of his own power and was even more strained, he did not have much room for distraction. Anyway, there was a long time left for future communication, so he didn't worry about it. But even if he didn't worry about it, his enemies would. In the stone house, in front of the shrine, the old priest who was praying with closed eyes opened his eyes. There was no worry or anxiety in his eyes, but a color of ecstasy. Great! The time has come for me to go to the kingdom of my God. The glorious moment of my life has finally arrived. He laughed, opened the treasure box, and took out a wooden stick. There were many stains on the black wooden stick, and it looked like traces left by dried blood. The bloody scent in the air also proved this. There was a very sharp section and 2 blood grooves on the wooden stick, which meant once it was pierced into the body of prey, its blood would pour out along the blood groove and tint the special pattern of the stick. Those patterns would turn the blood into magic by quickly building a miniature sacrificial rite, and would turn victims into offerings to the evil god. Many years ago, when the old priest was a young priest, he spent a lot on asking a magician, evil like him, to make him the wooden stick. He named it offering, finished many sacrifices by using this, and pleased the gods with these sacrifices more than once. Why he was able to become a chief priest who presided over one side of the holy home, from a mediocre one, was largely attributed to this stick. Today, he had to use this stick again. This time, he would offer the best sacrifice. Hi. This is Novel Admire. Thanks for the visit. Chapter 11. After making his decision, the old officiant took off his top as he talked with the deacons about things they should and should not do. Then he began to draw a charm on his old and shriveled body with the specially refined chicken blood. He had drawn the charm numerous times, but since it was his first time drawing a charm on his body, he was a little bit clumsy. He grew annoyed and sighed when he realized this, and felt very sorry for the lack of preparation, so he asked his deacons for help. These deacons knew what this charm was for, and how dangerous it was as well, so they were very shocked when they saw this was all happening. Since in the evil god's church, people in the lower level must follow the orders given by people in the higher level, they had no choice but to follow his order. Soon, on the officiant's chest and back, plenty of scarlet charms were drawn, and those charms formed a bizarre magic array. He tried to have a go at the charm by practicing magic on the magic array, and happily nodded when he found that it worked. "Do you remember what I have said?" he asked. The deacons nodded. "Good. Later, all of you should pray to our Lord and let him decide who should be my successor. Sadly, my limited knowledge blocks me from seeing the future. You should all remember that you can only survive your death and be immortal for eternity by dedicating both your body and mind to our Lord." The thin and shriveled man began to smile with satisfaction. "See, I am the best example." Then he turned to face the baldacchino, while holding tightly the wooden stick sacrifice, and stabbed his own chest with it. The enchanted hard stick was even harder than iron or steel. Its sharp end, which was just like a spear, directly pierced through his skin and penetrated his heart. The blood spurted out and splashed the enchanted stick, then the red stains became crimson lines that were spreading into the air in a circle. The phrases and sentences written in magic words were actually the paean to the evil god. Although the old officiant was severely injured, he still did not fall, and instead his mood elevated as if he did not feel any pain at all. He opened his arms, and made a posture of hugging. He was laughing aloud, and his laughter was as bright as the sunlight. To the deacons who had got used to his gloomy face, this was an incredible miracle. Then, his body began to wither rather quickly, and became a dead wood almost in the blink of an eye. "My dear Lord, I can finally go to the world where you reside," came the whispering, which was too weak to be heard. Now his body was already too disfigured to be recognized. Starting from the head, his body began to crumble and turned into dust. In a short time, the old officiant had already become a pile of dust, as if he had never existed in this world before. The baldacchino that was in front of the pile of dust started to dazzle in a red light, which was as red as the blood and as unfathomable as the ocean. Among the deacons, the oldest one took a deep breath, pulled himself together, and walked to the front of the baldacchino. He then held up a holy emblem, closed his eyes, and began to whisper the spell, while the other deacons stood around the baldacchino in a circle and sang the paean all together. Then the statue on the roof began to sparkle in red. At the same time, a strong negative energy arose, which was extremely terrifying. Suizhong immediately sensed this, and frowned. Although he did not believe the so-called good camp or the evil camp, he, as a good guy, was indeed disgusted by such a strong and negative energy. There was a saying, "Do not attempt to work with people whose way is not your way." Beasts. Having such a powerful tactic, while all this time they had just been keeping it a secret. He glared at the statue and secretly kept an eye on it, while having a big fight against the skeleton army. Very soon, he found that he had made a huge mistake. The statue sent out a dazzling red light, which targeted not the skeletons, but him. As soon as the red light appeared, Suizhong had already known which direction it was aiming at. He dodged it subconsciously, or thought he could manage to do so. Although he had great strength and was very agile, he forgot a very important thing: his body was not a human being's, but an enormous jellyfish. If he ran at a human speed, he could easily dodge the red light, but since the jellyfish's body was too big, even though he had already moved a few meters in the blink of an eye, he did not manage to escape from it in time and was hit. After he was hit, he felt a weird energy which had come out of nowhere, and it was quite magnificent and frighteningly dignified. Accompanied with the energy was a disorderly and fierce willpower, as if thousands of people were shouting at him and asking him to kneel down and surrender. Although he still did not know too much about this world, his instinct told him that he must never give in, otherwise he would be doomed for eternity. Suizhong's instinct was right. The spell he was under was called Thrall, which was a powerful magic tactic could only be practiced by the evil god. Practicing this magic was heavily restricted, which meant that one could only practice it around a hallow that was given a particular attention by a god. However, this tactic also came with a big price. A faithful officiant must be sacrificed so as to build a connection with the god's kingdom, and then the enemy could be brought to his knees with the god's power. This magic was indeed very powerful. Once a person who was hit failed to stand up to the great pressure from the god's kingdom, he would become a faithful servant of the god. But this tactic's effect was not that obvious on tough men, since every strong man had gone through countless adversities and shed blood or sweat on their way toward success. The god's kingdom was indeed magnificent, but the tough men's were still quite something. So, trying to tame them in this tactic was very unlikely. But for huge, mentally feeble creatures that had used all of their energy to make themselves more powerful, this magic was not something they were capable of resisting. Inside many churches of the evil god, there were many huge creatures that were enslaved and fed to be their strong helpers. That old efficient in the White Leaves village meant to practice the thrall to brainwash the huge jellyfish and make it a helper of the church. Once he managed to do so, his church could defeat other churches in the surrounding area, and then he could rule the whole area. To do this, he would not even mind sacrificing himself. He was indeed a tough guy. The old officiant's sacrifice had actually paid off. For Suizhong, this was the biggest crisis he ever faced since he had been transported. The great pressure from the evil god's kingdom made him dizzy, and he felt his soul shaking. The thought of giving in arose more than once, but every time it started, he managed to kill it. Even so, every time when the thought appeared again, it always became much more powerful than the last. In the world of his own mind, there were already frightful billows and terrible waves. He felt he had become a small boat floating in the waves of the sound that was forcing him to surrender, and he could be defeated and drown in the water at any time. I cannot go on like this. He was both frightened and angry, and subconsciously practiced a life-saving magic tactic. The gemstone inside his big jellyfish's body heavily trembled and began to dazzle in a bluish-white light. Instantly, his whole body started to dazzle and became as transparent as a gem. Meanwhile, an incredible magic energy erupted and became an actual solid shield, which firmly kept that assault outside. The magic energy of Sui Zhong's and the energy of the god collided with each other violently, continually creating a booming sound which was extremely terrifying. At the same time, a cold air kept spreading and immediately pervaded a few miles. As long as they had an actual form, no matter what they were, the people, the skeletons, the grasses, the trees, the rocks, the irons or the steels, as soon as they touched the cold air, they were all frozen inside the hard ice, changed from the cold air. In particular, more than half of them could not stand this extreme coldness that the human world never had known before, and became very weak and fragile. One could imagine that when the ice began to melt, they would all turn into powder. The raging sound in Sui Zhong's mind suddenly stopped, and the magnificent pressure weakened too. Before it finally disappeared, Sui Zhong howled and strove to crush that pressure into pieces. Now he finally got time to have a look at the surroundings to see what on earth had happened. What he saw was a dreary scene. The whole village, all the farmlands and open ground had already been frozen, even the forest far off in the distance. Everything covered within the bluish-white ice was still, quiet and lifeless. Only the statue on the roof of the stone house was still sparkling red, while the red light was gradually weakening, and in a short while, it vanished as well. He was silent for a while and sighed deeply, then he started to absorb the cold air back into his body, and stored it in the gemstone. He found that the cold energy he had stored for such a long time had been consumed more than 30% in such a short period. It was only that one move that had turned the whole village into a dead land. The animals, humans, and even the skeletons were deeply buried underground, and had been completely destroyed. The moon was still shining in the sky, but there were no more skeletons coming out of the ground anymore. Not long ago, the villagers and the skeletons were still in a big fight. Now, they were all lying on the ground as lifeless remains. This is completely unbelievable. Sui Zhong lowered his head and forced a smile in silence. His big jellyfish body trembled and floated in the cold air that had not entirely drifted away. After a long time, when the sun rose, he suddenly woke up with a start, and strode toward that stone house. He had a gut feeling that the answer to all these strange events could be found inside. Because the village was not that big, it only took 2 to 3 steps for him to walk into the stone house, and since his jellyfish body was too big to enter, Sui Zhong decided to tear the house apart. He grasped the roof with his tentacles and struggled to pull. The firm roof shook a little bit before it separated from the house. He held it up and looked inside the house, and now everything was revealed in front of him. Sui Zhong shot a glance at the lifeless girls in black, sighed, and then focused on the baldacchino. Still, he had a gut feeling that this baldacchino was the key. He put the roof aside, and reached out one of his tentacles to touch the baldacchino. Before he even touched it, a cruel and cold willpower came out of nowhere, and prevented him from moving forward. It was the same as the willpower that tried to enslave him last night, majestic, cold and supercilious. Sui Zhong humped and activated the cold energy before that willpower overcame him. This time, the bluish-white cold air only enshrouded a small area, only himself and the baldacchino. The willpower was indeed kept out by the cold air. At the same time, Sui Zhong rolled his tentacles and entangled the baldacchino, trying to pull it out from the ground. Seeing that the baldacchino was going to be taken away, the willpower suddenly grew very angry. Meanwhile, thick clouds appeared in the clear sky, and the inexhaustible power of its killing instinct shrouded the land like a thick fog. Suizhong had no idea where this willpower came from, but it was indeed powerful, and great changes had taken place both in the sky and on the land before it even initiated attack. But he was not afraid at all. The cold energy condensed quickly, and became a sharp knife. He felt as if there was a fire in his heart, and thought that since the willpower was asking for trouble, it should also have realized that it would be stabbed once or twice by him as a result. Both he and the willpower had prepared to fight, and the conflict was about to start at any time. But before they took any action, a golden lightning rod struck across the sky and tore the dark clouds apart. Meanwhile, a laughing sound of an old man came out, which was very delightful. The cruel and cold willpower was both frightened and angry, but since it would not want to be caught between two fires, it left resentfully. The warm and heroic willpower spread towards Suizhong, and became a golden light which fell on the barrier of the cold energy and started to permeate. The golden light was very vigorous, and it refreshed him, cheered him up, and even refilled the energy he had exhausted earlier. Soon, the golden light disappeared, with only the magnificent sound of an old man still echoing in the sky. Although he could not understand the sound, he could felt that the sound conveyed a clear message, kindness and encouragement. Chapter 12. After all, there are still kind people in the world. Suizhong cheered delightfully, while smiling and waving to the sky, then he focused on the baldacchino. He could actually feel that the baldacchino contained a powerful magic energy, or in other words, something connected with the magic energy. Or, to put it more precisely, there was the same willpower but much weaker, something like the cruel and cold willpower occupying on the baldacchino. It was now imprisoned in the cold energy, and draining away due to losing the supply from the outside. Suizhong absolutely would not allow his spoils of war to drain away like this, and he hesitated for a while, but then his soul reached out its hands, ready to seize the baldacchino. Suddenly, a purple-black light flashed, and his hand was stopped by that willpower. Oh? Seems there is an act to it. Instead of being angry about this, Suizhong was amazed. Let me see how far you can go then. His soul clenched its fist, and smashed the baldacchino. Once, twice, thrice. The defensive power of that willpower was getting weaker and weaker. The willpower was finally defeated by his punch, and could never fight back. Now I think it is time to finish this, right? Suizhong was laughing hard. He caught that willpower and swallowed it, which had fallen into chaos after being defeated. After all these years of traveling, he had already found that apart from eating, there was more than one way to devour a soul. In fact, as long as his soul touched the others, he could directly devour it simply by touching it. Compared to devouring a soul by eating, it was less efficient to do so by touching, but it could help him to get purer energy by filtering out the impurities of the other's soul. More than half of these impurities were memories and experience, which were not totally useless, but still, most of them lacked value. To avoid being greatly influenced every time he devoured a soul, he would use his soul's energy to get rid of some useless impurities, which was quite troublesome. If it were not for his mastering the technique of absorbing the magic power and being able to use this power to supply his soul with energy, much more time would be wasted, simply on the process of eating and filtering the impurities. So in the recent years, he had no longer used the technique of devouring to absorb a soul's energy, but by touching. However, today's spoil of the war was rather different, which was worth swallowing and digesting slowly. Also, the magic energy on the baldacchino should be dealt with properly and not be wasted, although it was totally different from Suizhong's cold energy. If he could figure it out and master it, he would be able to get one more powerful magic tactic, which would be immensely helpful, either for self-protection or attacking enemies in the future. Not to mention, he had bred enmity with the owner of that cruel and cold willpower, and there was bound to be conflict between the two of them. If he could know more about his enemy, the chances of winning would be greater. Therefore, Suizhong took the baldacchino with him and left. To make sure he would be safe, he left the Black Forest and went into the endless sea. Since he had been relying on the huge jellyfish body, for him, the sea was the main battlefield where he could best demonstrate his power. When the huge jellyfish swam into the deep sea, in the remote void of space, a dark, cold and quiet world, a magnificent figure watching the human world shook his head. "He is rather cautious," he announced. "The sea is not our territory. Since he has hid into the deep sea, there is nothing we can do about it. It will come out eventually," an amazingly tall and heavy armor-wearing figure replied. "Yes, but when that time comes, we would never be able to find him without the guiding of the willpower on your baldacchino, unless his path crosses with yours again. We will meet again." A short and old figure said, "Since it has already started, there will be further development and a final result. Also, that jellyfish does not seem like a short-lived creature, so it will show itself sooner or later. When that time comes, we must make him give in, and we can make good use of his powerful energy." The magnificent figure said, "Maybe it is worth us sacrificing the seed of a god. It is not only us watching it. Haven't you found it strange that something else is seeking it?" The old figure warned them. The magnificent figure was silent for a while, and then said, "Go and check on that." "Yes," came a sound in the darkness. "Let's call it a day then. Our main job is fighting for the priesthood of dark night and death. Since this has a lot to do with the vicissitude of us night gods, please take this seriously." The gods replied one by one, then they left and went to do what each of them thought was right. Time passed slowly. For those figures who were called great, immortal by the mortal, time elapsing was not a big deal. In their view, time was often calculated on the length of 1 or 2 generations, or 1 or 2 centuries. While for the human, it was rather different. "Ah! My enhancing ability in seclusion is finally over." Suizhong breathed a sigh of relief and could not help but laugh when he saw the blue sky and white clouds again, which he had not seen for a very long time. Staying in the deep sea alone, digesting the spoils of war and enhancing his ability all by himself were not easy things to do. They were all very different from his enhancing his ability in seclusion last time in the ice trench. At that time, he would often go back to the sea surface to relax. But this time, to avoid being seen by enemies, he just hid in the sea all the time, not even daring to go to the shallows. By digesting the willpower that had been defeated by him, he received much information that he had been longing for, which included several kinds of commonly used languages and characters, some basic facts of this world's biology, geography, politics, the way to use energy, and so on. Most importantly, he had found out whom he had made an enemy of this time. As it turned out, it was the god of the night gods, or the night watcher, Wu Mian, who was a real god. The world he was in was a world where all those unscientific creatures, like gods and monsters, existed. A world where there were as many powerful creatures as trees in a forest. Among them, there were some powerful creatures which were worthy of the title of the real god. Not only were they extremely powerful, but they were also incredibly omnipotent. For example, they could absorb energy from their followers' beliefs, and achieve the integration of the source energy. No matter what, judging from all the information Suizhong had gotten, they were indeed incredibly powerful. The willpower Suizhong got came from the belief those villagers of the White Leaves village had during the sacrifice activities all these years, and it was also mixed with the influence god Wu Mian had brought when he showed himself a few times. So it was a bit disordered. More than 90% of it was the paeans to the god Wu Mian. If these paeans were all real, it only proved that the god Wu Mian was so incredibly powerful that the god whoever said "let there be light," the Buddha whoever said "escape from the human world of woes and find salvation," and the Taoist whoever said "the destiny of things that were born before the heaven and the earth had already been decided," were all shadowed by him. Suizhong was so lucky that he could even escape and survive after provoking the god Wu Mian. He must have knocked and broken many wooden fishes, or saved enough ghost money to fill a few warehouses, otherwise, he could not be so lucky. Of course, these were just things he was boasting about. Since Suizhong was not dumb, he knew that the god Wu Mian was indeed powerful, but was still frightened by that golden light and had ran away. Not to mention, Suizhong's own cold energy could just stand his willpower. So it was definitely all bragging that the god Wu Mian was that magnificent. However, the god Wu Mian was not someone who was easy to get along with either. He was a member of the night gods, an evil god who loved the taste of blood and horror. The chief god of the night gods was the king of night, a vampire in the Archaeozoic era. The gods he led were all nothing but dark warcrafts, and the Night Watcher, who was insidious but calm and loyal, was his castle's gatekeeper before he was apotheosized. In the past 600 years, starting from the time when the gatekeeper was under the King of Night's command, until the time when he became an immortal, he had always been dutiful, and never slacked at his work. He never rested when he was injured, he never slept when he was tired, even until he died. This incredible loyalty was praised by his lord, and when his lord, the King of Night, was apotheosized, he was also elevated to the rank of a god from an old subordinate who was too fragile to even hold a knife. His title was called Wu Mian, Sleepless, or the Night Watcher God Wu Mian, which was what he often was called. Simply put, the god Wu Mian was just a gatekeeper of the King of Night. But one should never underestimate him. Even many powerful heroes in the famous Chinese wuxia novel The Demigods and Semi-Devils were easily defeated by an old man whose duties were just guarding the entrance and sweeping the floor in the Shaolin Temple scripture library. The god Wu Mian was not just an ordinary gatekeeper. In his few hundreds of years working career, he had already hacked 5 to 6 legendary strong men. Also, after he was apotheosized, he had successfully hacked some enemies in the wars with other gods. Thus, he was indeed worth the title of the best soldier of the night gods. Though god Wu Mian had been enough to make Suizhong feel that he was under pressure, Suizhong felt he was not just under great pressure, rather he was under tremendous pressure, when he thought that there was the whole night gods behind the god Wu Mian. Therefore, he worked harder to improve his ability. On one hand, by studying the magic energy on the baldacchino, he could have a deeper understanding of how the various energies in this world functioned and how to practice them. In this way, he would be able to acquire more tactics. On the other hand, he had extracted all the valuable information from that willpower and strove to memorize it. After this, not only did he have a better control over the cold energy, but he had also mastered the energy of shadow, death and guarding. In this world, it meant that he had already mastered the energies of 4 fields. To be precise, he had reached the acme of practicing the cold energy tactic, and once the right time came, he could further enhance it, and become an immortal god. As for how to realize this, he guessed that he would probably need another few hundred years or so. However, Suizhong could not be patient enough to spend a few hundred more years improving his ability. Actually, enhancing his ability in seclusion and in total darkness had almost driven him crazy. So as soon as he felt he had reached his limit and he could no longer calm down, he left the deep sea and headed for the land. Before that, he managed to find a volcano in the sea, and threw that useless baldacchino into it. If the information about the god Wu Mian that was contained in the baldacchino was true, then the god Wu Mian could only locate him through the baldacchino. Now, the god Wu Mian could locate him in the magma. Using his big tentacles, Suizhong erected the biggest middle finger the world had ever saw, and stuck it at the baldacchino that was slowly sinking into the magma. Then he walked away without turning back. He had decided that he would never come back to this volcanic event in his lifetime. Human world, I am coming. Chapter 13. The White Leaves village was very quiet, and it seemed that there was still some cold air lingering. The houses were already broken, There was a thick layer of ash covering the earth, and Suizhong could see some remains from the ashes. Looking from afar, he shook his head and sighed deeply. He had already known the causes and effects of that incident, as well as why that whole deficient sneak attacked him, because the good and the evil were always each other's natural enemy. The war between the good and the evil, the war between different ideas, and the war among people of different stances. To put it simply, they were the wars between ideologies. On the earth, the war between different ideologies had developed into a war between two groups led by two superpowers respectively, and to intimidate each other, they had laid out weapons of mass destruction that were enough to kill the entire human race several times. But in this world, among different gods, countries, races, and religious sects, they would have had a big fight with each other simply because of the different ideologies. Compared with this, the old officiant's acts of returning his generous act with enmity and sneak attacking him were actually nothing. The few hundreds of people in the White Leaves village died, and it was simply because of the old officiant's desire to have a fight between different ideologies. Suizhong did not regret what he had done, which was using his cold energy to defend himself, although he was sacrificing the lives of the innocent. Because at that moment, he did not know much about this world, he was facing big crisis and struggling to win, so what was wrong with that? Even so, he still felt very sympathetic for those innocent villagers who died, and was very angry with the world where the wars between different ideologies could be so serious that few could understand. This world is kind of sick. While sighing, Suizhong walked around the village in a circle in his huge jellyfish body, dug a deep trench, and made it a simple magic circle with his tentacles, which were much stronger and more powerful than any hoe. This simple magic circle was the guarding circle, which could prevent the dead inside the circle from turning into creatures that came back to life. The so-called creature that came back to life referred to the creature whose body would be revived, and became moving warcrafts after being eroded by the dark energy, or the negative energy in this world. But they had no intelligence, and would only attack things, even the most common creatures in nature that contain the positive energy by instinct. This was based on the principle that two objects with opposite charges would attract. Before Suizhong was transported, he was addicted to the online game, and had played many computer games. In his view, the creature that came back to life and became warcrafts should be called the undead. In fact, the so-called undead could be divided into two categories, the creatures that came back to life, and the creatures that never died. As for the former, they were just simple warcrafts without any intelligence, while for the latter, they had both intelligence and strength, and could become demons that would continue to grow stronger and stronger. The creatures that never die were from all sorts of different backgrounds, and they were also backed up by gods and other warcrafts, so they were a force that could never be underestimated. While the creatures that came back to life were not quite the same, and had no intelligence, they could not provide the energy came from belief. They would neither be cherished or protected because they could not do a job that was even a bit complex, and they would even be despised by most other creatures of the same kind. They had the lowest status and could not go any lower. Although, in fact, many creatures that never die evolved from them. But it was them that had been a huge threat to the people who lived in the dark forest. The dark forest, which should be called in its formal name, is known as the Ash Forest. It is said that in the ancient times, some gods got into a big fight there, and the gods who died turned into ashes and spoiled the forest. Since then, the forest had become the cradle of negative energy, continually sending out the energy which kept eroding the land around it, and integrating and turning the remains in the forest into creatures that came back to life. What was strange was that no matter how strong they became, they could not evolve, which made the ash forest not appealing to thugs who tried to recruit creatures that came back to life. Only poor farmers would be willing to work hard to plow the land here. After analyzing the energy on the baldachino that belonged to the god Wumayan, Suizhong had mastered the tactic of absorbing the negative energy. The magic circle he made was meant to extract all the negative energy inside the circle, and then disperse it. Without the negative energy, the remains of the dead would not become the undead anymore. It was really convenient to do things with a big body. Although Suizhong did not have any tools, he still quickly made a magic circle only with his powerful tentacles. As a student who came from the Department of Fine Arts of a third-rate school of art, Suizhong managed to draw a perfect magic circle with what he had learned. Before activating the magic circle, he walked into the White Leaves village again, and had a closer look at it. This magic circle could greatly weaken the intensity of the negative energy inside the circle, and if there were some creatures that came back to life, they would also die. Although the creatures that came back to life were very rare, maybe he could even find one or two. As he had expected, he did find one in the remains. It was an undead that had only its soul left. It was in a fighting stance, and ready to fight with an enemy that did not even exit. Suizhong instantly recognized it as the bald man, who was tall and agile. The strongest warrior in this village. According to the information he got from the bald Achino, this tough man was called Gerard Gaban, who was once a Lansknet. Because he had offended a big gun, he ran away and began to live in seclusion in the Ash village. He had no faith or respect for the gods, and only believed his own acts. Since he liked to teach people, and had a high reputation in this village, he became a sore in the officiant's eyes and a thorn in his flesh. All the powerful creatures in this world could be put into 3 ranks based on their ability, which was the bronze rank, the silver rank and the gold rank. When a creature got a higher rank, its life form would change, which was the symbol of getting a higher rank. On the gold rank, were the legendary creatures who had an extremely long lifespan and were amazingly powerful. And past the gold rank was the saviors. Gerard and the old officiant were on the bronze rank, so normally, if 20 or 30 strong men attacked one of them all together, neither of them would lose. But since the officiant was old and feeble, while Gerard was in his prime of life, the old officiant was always the one who lost during the few conflicts that had happened between them. As the officiant of the evil god, he had received many tactics to use. But Gerard was a very cunning man who had years of life experience, and never gave the old officiant any chance to sneak attack him, until the night of that big fight, when the old officiant sacrificed himself to activate the thrall and sneak attacked Suizhong. However, the result was that both Gerard and all the villagers became the funerary objects, which was something he never thought would happen. Suizhong was watching the undead, and found that most parts of its body had dimmed, and almost became nothingness, apart from a light was still shimmering in the place of its heart. He was sure that soon the undead was to disappear and turn into a part of the negative energy that was permeating in the ash forest. Now that Suizhong had come, things may turn out to be different. Suizhong thought for a while, then he released his magic energy and turned it into a gray ball which shrouded Gerard. Inside the ball, was the pure negative energy. Controlled by Suizhong's magic energy, it continually sank into Gerard's soul and made the fragile undead quickly grow strong. In a short moment, this undead's face was just like a living person's, and the face was glowing intelligently. The undead stood still, while looking around in a puzzle. What is going on? You are dead, Suizhong said. Gerard turned around to see the huge jellyfish monster, and it was easy to tell from his eyes that he was still confused. Then why on earth am I here? Suizhong sighed, then he explained what had transpired to Gerard in detail. I see. After Gerard heard what had happened, he was silent for a long time, and then he heaved a long sigh. What are you going to do then? Suizhong asked when he saw Gerard was quite depressed. Will you go to Hell or the Holy Kingdom? In this world, there were only 2 places to go when a soul did not want to vanish or become a creature that never died. One place was Hell. There, it could take its chances to see if it would degenerate into an evil monster, or walk into the river Styx to wash away all the marks of its preexistence and be reincarnated. The other place was the Holy Kingdom where the gods that it believed in lived. There, it could become a creature of the Holy Kingdom, and got to live many years, and at last, it would integrate itself into the Holy Kingdom and became a part of the building of the Holy Kingdom. Actually, Suizhong did not get too much information about this, so he was not clear about what on earth the life in hell or the Holy Kingdom was really like, but in his view, neither of them was a good place to go. If a soul wanted to be reincarnated, let it be. And by the way, why on earth was there a chance that it could become a monster in hell? Also, it was not bad to live in the Holy Kingdom, but why it would have to be integrated into the Holy Kingdom and become the building material? Gerard was silent for a while, and he said, I once had faith in the patron of Thebes, but later I gave up my faith and became a non-believer ever after, so I cannot go to the Holy Kingdom. And about hell? I do not want to go there either. Well, there were only two ways left then, to vanish or become a creature that will never die. Which would you choose? Suizhong said, I do not recommend you to choose the first one, and if you want to be a creature that never dies, I can help you with my power, which is kind of strong, if you do not mind me saying so. And I can help to prevent you from losing your senses completely. I do not want to be a wraith or a death knight. You are indeed a bit fastidious. Gerard laughed and replied, who would have thought I could joke together with a legendary powerful creature when I am already dead, even after I was chased after by a few killers of the bronze rank, and being hunted like a dog. Okay, never mind, I have moved on already. It is fine even if I am going to vanish. There was a phrase from a Chinese poem, which was the most difficult thing on earth would probably be his willingness to die. Now that Gerard was not even afraid of death, this made him look a bit more dignified. However, Suizhong did not want him to die just like this, since Gerard was not a bad person, and had had a thing or two up his sleeve. Besides, the most important thing was that Gerard had been many places all these years, and was very knowledgeable with abundant experience. Suizhong, on the other hand, was not familiar with this world. As for the information he got from the Baldacchino, the more he referred to it, the more doubtful he became. If Suizhong could get Gerard to his side and make him his guide, it would be really nice. Also, he could save himself a lot of trouble by making Gerard agree to pretend to be a archmage, and faking a legendary creature himself summoned by Gerard. After all, he had such a huge body, if he did not give himself a decent identity, no matter where he went, there would be panic. Then Suizhong pondered a while, and finally made his decision. How about I make a new body for you? He said. What? Gerard stared at him as if he was in a trance, and had no idea what he meant. I can't try to make a new body for you to see if you can possess it with your spirit, and be reincarnated. Gerard was overjoyed, but still a bit hesitant since necromancy was notorious, and he could not be too wary of what repercussions he would face when he agreed. On a second thought, he believed that there was no need for such a powerful creature to lie to a small ordinary person like him. Among the many stories and folktales, there were always some devils managing to tricking people into signing a contract. Even so, those people were often some great people with a bright future. Who would willing to spend his precious time in tricking a soon-to-be vanished soul of an already dead pathetic adventurer like himself? If this creature intended to do so, it could cast a spell and be able to command the creature that never dies. While thinking of this, Gerard finally calmed down, but he could not help but ask, will this really work? Suizhong laughed and encouraged him, just have a try, and maybe it will work. And since you have already been ready to die, you have nothing to lose, even if it does not work. This was all very convincing, like when a person had decided not to play a certain game, but they could gain experience or currency by using an unauthorized third-party plug-in. In other words, it was extremely enticing. Okay, fine. Gerard thought about this for a while, then he did what he had been told by Suizhong. The process of making a new body began. Chapter 14. Is the human body made this way? Why do I feel it's a bit weird? Gerard scratched his head and frowned while looking at the set of skeletons Suizhong had made. This immediately made Suizhong angry. Suizhong snapped back, "How can it be weird? Do you know what I specialize in? Let me tell you, I have drawn more human bodies than you have ever killed. So I can never be wrong. But I still feel like it is not right." Suizhong was speechless, then he used his tentacles to fetch a skeleton from the distance, put down, and used it as a reference. Then, he inquired, "Look at the skeleton, and compare it to the one I'm making. Don't you see that they are the same? Isn't the structure of a skeleton a bit too fragile?" Gerard looked more worried, while watching an almost broken skeleton that was close to him. Suizhong casually shook his tentacles, laughed aloud and confidently boasted, "Trust me, I will use as much material as making a new body needs, and I can assure you that this new body will be hard enough that even an axe could not break it." Gerard recalled the skeletons he saw just now, and grew a bit concerned. Then he questioned, "Will it lack elasticity? Because I feel like a skeleton moves very stiffly." Suizhong was in a daze for a while, thinking carefully before replying, "I can make the bones into more sections, and add more muscle, so it can be flexible. As long as it is powerful enough, it will not be a big deal if it looks strange, right?" Suizhong asked, and did not give a damn about whatever answer he would receive. Gerard finally thought it through, and replied, "You are right, I am already very lucky to be able to live again, so there is no need to be so particular. By the way, please strengthen the muscles. That is easy. You can count on me." Suizhong promised while shaking his tentacles. Gerard was very happy. Then he had another idea, and he continued, "Is it easy? Then how about hardening the skin and making it into a natural armor? And also the dark vision, antitoxic and so on. Hardening the skin is easy, the dark vision is not difficult either, but the antitoxic is not that easy." Suizhong thought, before replying, "Let me get you a magic antitoxic system." "But I cannot practice magic," Gerard replied in a daze. "It's fine, I can teach you." Suizhong laughed. "Will I be able to practice all the magic you know?" Suizhong thought a while and got an idea, then he confirmed, "As long as I can also make a gemstone for you." Then what will I be, a human or a warcraft?" Gerard was confused. Anyone who pays too much attention to that is a fool. As long as the new body is good, what is the point of worrying if you are a human or a warcraft then? Suizhong crowed, while swinging his tentacles in a very cool way. How can I not care about this? Be sensible, the body structure is clearly a body of warcraft. Gerard was totally stunned. "Do not worry, you will look like a human, apart from your body being a bit bigger than normal." Gerard wormed his way into that body, and he controlled it with his mind. Then, the body began to stand up in a unsteady way. "This is way too big," Gerard complained when he found that he was so tall that he could even see above the roof. "Don't you think it is just the right size? Now, your enemies can no longer recognize you." Why do I feel like I have been tricked? The newborn giant scratched its head nervously, feeling rather complicated. It was hard to tell if it was happy or depressed. But either way, Gerard Coban had indeed come back to life again. Suizhong had made a new body for Gerard by consuming the nutrition he had stored in his body. This new body was extremely powerful. It could pull out a tree which had the same width of a human's waist, it could run faster than a flying bird, it could use its arm to stand against an axe, it could see things in the darkness, it could chew wood as if it was chewing a cookie, and it could even eat something poisonous and still be fine. But there was only one problem. A conservative estimate of its height was around 4 meters, which was way too big, and when it stood up, it would be taller than 2 men stacked together. Gerard himself was not satisfied with this body at all, because no matter how he looked at this body, he still felt it was not the body of a normal human. While Suizhong thought the big head was okay, which was way smaller than his, he did not make any comment on the new body's height. since he knew that they would walk side by side in the coming days, and if the new body's height was much shorter than his own height, it would look too weird. Since Gerard came back to life, he was a bit of reserved in front of Suizhong, and Suizhong thought he was kind of absent-minded. I used to live in the sea, so I am not that familiar with the land. Suizhong picked a topic. I plan to live in a place where there are people. Do you have any recommendations? Any village will be fine, Gerard answered, while watching the sky in the east. It was dawn, and soon the sun would come out. Judging from the sky, it seemed that today would be a sunny day. What are you watching? Suizhong asked in curiosity. I am waiting for the sun to come out. The sun? Suizhong was confused and looked at the sky. Was the sun in this world a very special one? Or was it because he believed in Helios, so he needed to pray to the sun when it came out? After a while, the sun came out, and the golden sunlight was shining upon the earth. Since Gerard was too big to find any clothes to fit in, he was naked in the sunlight. He stood still like a statue, with the sunlight shining upon his angular, firm muscles, as well as his tough and terrifying face. Initially, he seemed a bit nervous, but with the sunlight getting stronger, he gradually calmed down, became happy, and finally relaxed. I am indeed alive. You are alive, your heart is beating, your blood is flowing in circulation, and your organs are working fine. You are not only alive, but you are also very healthy. Suizhong thought Gerard was doubting his skill and got a bit annoyed. Do not underestimate me. Making a human body is just a piece of cake to me. Before he even finished his words, Gerard had already knelt before him, and started to kiss the tentacles that supported him. My dear Lord, you are my savior, my belief, and the home of my soul. Gerard was so sincere and faithful, and Suizhong was quite startled by this. Gerard, what happened? Are you sick? What's wrong with you? It can't be. Your body is so strong, even if it can become ill, you cannot just follow by bathing in the sunlight. Your Majesty, I am perfectly well. Then why are you behaving like this? And this is absolutely not fine at all. Gerard paid his obeisance to Suizhong again, then he stood up. He was very, very humble, and it seemed that he was going to make his admiration known at any time from now. Well, it seems that your Majesty has not realized who you really are. Your Majesty, you are not a legendary creature, rather, you are a god in the human world who just woke up. What? Suizhong was in a daze, then he examined himself closely, and was sure that he was totally different from the gods that were mentioned in the information he got from the Baldacchino. He shook his head and explained, You are mistaken, I am just an ordinary wanderer. Well, a wanderer with a big body. Gerard did not continue to argue with Suizhong on this subject, and said calmly, Only the gods have the ability to bring a dead back to life. Even the most brilliant spell can make a creature with a human-like body, as well as a monster. It could only be a creature that exists between life and death, and can only move by relying on magic energy instead of by burning calories as normal humans would do. Your Majesty, you have indeed brought me back to life and saved my life. This is definitely an ability only a god can have. Maybe you had not realized this in the past, but as the mortal saved by you, and your follower, my existence is the proof of your greatness. Gerard was so sincere that Suizhong almost believed him. On second thought, he found there was a big loophole in what he had said. Since you think I am a god, and you have faith in me, then why haven't I got the power of belief? He asked. The power of belief was a very important thing in this world. As for how important it was, Suizhong had no idea for now, but from the information of the Baldacchino, he knew that the power of belief was an essential source of energy. Earlier, there was a bit power of belief on the Baldacchino, and most of it had been analyzed and absorbed by Suizhong, while the rest of it concentrated and pointed towards the god Wu Mian like a compass. At that time, Suizhong did not dare to absorb the remaining power of belief, and just threw it away with the baldacchino into the oceanic volcano. If Suizhong was really a god, and with Gerard's belief in him, he would have felt the strength of faith, but he did not. Hearing this, Gerard laughed and continued, "Your Majesty, how can a mortal like me have an understanding of the world of the gods? What I can do is just try my best to believe, respect, and render a service to you, and as for those complicated questions, only you can find the answers." Suizhong had no more to say on this, and he watched Gerard's face, feeling as if it was telling him, "I do not care if you believe or not, but I believe it anyway." Then he shook his head and dropped the topic. "Well, whatever you say." It definitely was one of the dumbest thing in the world to have an argument with a fanatic on the topic of the God you believe is not real. On the earth, where God did not even exist, there were some fanatics who would bomb their enemies as well as themselves into pieces to protect their God's glory. It was only natural that in this world, where the God did exist, the power of faith was much stronger. Suizhong recalled that the old officiant of the White Leaves village sacrificed himself simply for the glory of the god. Judging from this situation, Suizhong thought that Gerard would definitely sacrifice himself if Suizhong was ever in need. Even if Suizhong was really a god, he was not a god like the god Wu Mian. In his view, the glory of a god came from the virtue and the talent of his followers, the praise of the beneficiaries, instead of the threat and terror. A god who made his follower devote everything he had, even his life, should never be called a god, but a devil. Now, the topic of whether Suizhong was really a god or not finally came to the last part. "Your Majesty, please allow me to ask you a question. What designation should I call you when I am praying?" "Name?" Suizhong thought for a while. "My name may not be a name you are used to." "No, I mean, how should I address you, like a designation?" Gerard corrected him, "One can never call a god by his name. This is too complicated." Suizhong thought about this carefully, and responded, "Call me Oscar, Faceless Void Oscar." Oscar meant performance, while the Faceless Void was a role he liked best in the computer game, which had a number of tentacles, and was very similar to a jellyfish. Gerard nodded to show that he had remembered it, without showing any interest to ask questions like what did the name Oscar mean or why you emphasize the word faceless. However, Suizhong had intended to take some time to explain it to him, and when he heard what Gerard had said, he felt as if he had ruined his chance to explain. Now that the topics that had nothing to do with the physical world had been finally discussed, and it was time to deal with the real issues. After getting the information from Gerard, Suizhong decided to leave the White Leaves village, and went to the marginal area of the ash forest. There was a small town which was located in the margin of a civilized society. No matter what Suizhong wanted to get, or just to enhance his own ability, the main task now was to return to the civilized world. Chapter 15. The ash forest was extremely large, so it took Suizhong and Gerard several days to see the edge of the forest. On the margin of the forest were the barren mountains called Badlands. It was located in the northwestern part of the main continent of this world. On one side, there was the ash forest, while on the other side, there was the meteorite desert. The Badlands were just like a tall and thick wall, which separated the two from each other. Also, on both ends of the Badlands, was the northern snowfield and the West Sea. The topography in the Badlands was very high and steep, and since it did not rain here very often, both the grass and the trees were quite sparse. Although the living environment here was less than ideal, there still lived various kinds of warcrafts. If there was anyone who could come and go freely, that someone could only be an adventurer who was much fiercer than the warcrafts. There was a saying that every cloud has a silver lining. Luckily, the ash forest and the meteorite desert were not completely separated, since there were a few gaps along the magnificent terrains. The roads that connected the two places was rather bumpy, and to the west of these roads, there were a few villages that were just next to the ash villages. and this was the northwestern pole of the world of the continental civilization. Here, there were many varieties of rare productions, and though the quantity of each kind was not that much, they were all very precious. So there were always some audacious adventurers who thought highly of themselves and came here to see if they could find those precious productions. Most of them lost their lives, but there were also people who managed to leave this place alive and find those precious productions which so many people would envy. Some of them even become millionaires overnight. Now that there were some adventurers who had made money, then of course there were merchants who would want to put those adventurers' money into their pockets. Therefore, although these villages were not that big, they had everything a village was supposed to have, and many very expensive items could even be found here. Meanwhile, since these villages were too remote and desolated to be properly ruled, the rule of law had not been fully realized. Because of that, many wanted men would come and hide here, which made this area more chaotic and messy. Gradually, it became a place to shelter evil people and countenance evil practices. Here, the good gods' churches were hard to run, while the evil gods' ones thrived. Those evil gods' churches were even capable of recruiting wanderers from all over the place on the continent, and then these wanderers were sent to the ash forest to exploit and become a part of the strong support of the evil gods' churches. For example, the White Leaves village was one of the strongholds built by the church that belonged to the Dark Night gods. If this village was not a strong point of the evil gods' church, then why had those villagers not believed in the goddess Gaia, who promised a good harvest, or the goddess Hannah, who promised people the health? Why had they chosen the god Wu Mayan, a gatekeeper of the Dark Night god's kingdom, who had nothing to do with agriculture? I see. Suizhong thought a while after hearing what Gerard brought to his attention. Then I do not think it a good idea to go to the villages, right? Your Majesty, you cannot put things like that. These villages are just like wooden cages. No matter who he is, once he is in these cages, he has to be cautious. But Your Majesty, you are a huge dragon. You can crush these cages once and for all with your feet. Gerard exclaimed happily. Besides, judging from your personality and stance, you are bound to have conflicts with the evil gods' churches. Here, you can not only increase your influence, but also get the help from the good gods' churches, or even the neutral ones, which is just as good as killing two birds with one stone. Suizhong agreed with Gerard and nodded, with his hill-like body shaking. A gust of wind blew at his every move. But, Your Majesty, since your body is too big and tough looking, you would definitely cause yourself trouble if you directly walked into the village like this. Why don't you find a place outside of the villages and have a rest, and allow me to do some exploring? As a faithful follower, Gerard was very willing to do things for Suizhong, a god he chose to believe in. Seeing his willingness, Suizhong did not want to ask him not to. But he was very worried about Gerard. Suizhong had a feeling that the bald man, oops, he was not a bald man anymore. He had been given very thick hair, was not that powerful, and would probably mysteriously die on the road the next day if he acted on himself. Thus, Suizhong felt he needed to do something to make Gerard more secure. After contemplating for a while, Suizhong took out a piece of bone blade of the huge whale, which was about 1 foot long and a half foot wide, compressed it and made it as wide as a finger. Then he bent it into the shape of a bracelet, and engraved a few layers of magic circles on it. Finally he put a small part of his soul energy into it. Now a magic bracelet was made. Take it with you, as if I were with you. When you are in an emergency, I will take care of it. Gerard knelt down and received the bracelet very respectfully. When Gerard put it on, he felt it was very cold, and his mind became very clear. Even his vision and hearing was much sharper than before. Also, he had a feeling that the powerful mind of Suizhong was with him, which made him feel very safe. Your Majesty, what is it called? Gerard asked. Suizhong thought for a while, and replied, Void Gaze, since it is like the extension of my vision, which is its basic function. Gerard nodded and knelt again. Then he tried to make his shabby self-made long robe look a bit more decent. He took a parcel with him and walked towards the villages far off in the distance. Suizhong saw him off, then dug a big hole with his tentacles on a flat floor he chose, and lay down in it when he finished. Now his whole body was already in the hole. He then reinforced the soil around him, and shoveled the soil he had dug out for the hole over the top of himself, in a barrier about 2 meters thick. The huge jellyfish body was indeed not a very good choice on land, so Suizhong decided to take this time to transform his body. Gerard arrived at the pyroxene town with the bracelet Void Gaze on his wrist. After passing a commercial corporation which camped outside the town to pay less tax, he walked to the big gate of the busy town. There were a few soldiers with leather armor, and they not only needed to guard the door, but also collect the taxes for entering the village. They watched Gerard, who was as tall as the wall, then just let him in and told him to behave himself without daring to tax him. "I'm being treated much better than the last time I was here." Gerard could not help but laugh. "I recall at the time when I came here as a fugitive. I was injured and sick, and those soldiers made things difficult for me on purpose, and I did not get in until I paid extra money." "Oh? So do you want revenge then?" Suizhong laughed and asked him. Suizhong could sense the situation around Gerard and communicate with him with his mind. Gerard shook his head and mused, "I used to think I should teach them a lesson when I become someone of importance, but now I think there is no need to do that. They are just a bunch of small people who have a dangerous job with low income. The reason why they behave so badly is that they have to support their families, so there is no need for me to be angry with them." "It seems that you are getting a bit closer to the moral high ground. Now that I have received the power I never thought I could possibly have, and I am even blessed and protected by a great God, what is the point of being fussy about those people who struggle to make a living?" Gerard scratched his head and laughed warmly. Both he and Suizhong did not notice that there was a middle-aged man walking past him, and that the man stared at his bracelet for a short while with his pupils shrinking a bit when he laid his eyes on it. The man walked past Gerard as if nothing had happened. As soon as Gerard turned a corner and disappeared, the man immediately turned around, hurried to an ordinary courtyard and started to knock the door. "Who is this?" After taking away the lid from the peephole, the gatekeeper looked through it and asked. Then, he opened the door quickly, and asked, "Vice Chairman? Aren't you supposed to be in the gold panning town? I have more important things to do." The old man explained briefly, "Go and inform the best thieves in the town, and the Quick Knife brothers to come here." "Wait, not the brothers, only the thieves." The large gatekeeper was in a daze and did not dare to ask further questions when he saw the middle-aged man's serious face. He said yes, and hurried to give the order. The middle-aged man closed the door, walked straight into the inner room, turned the corner twice, and came to an ordinary small room. This room looked quite simple, and there was nothing special about it. But he knew that at least 20 gears were set up and hidden in this room, a room that even a group of adventurers could not get out of safely. There was a very common old man, who looked like a vendor on the street, sitting on the bed and reading. The old man frowned when he saw the middle-aged man walk in a hurry, and asked, "Gray Eyes, you are supposed to go to the gold panning town to work together with our peers to make preparations for the auction to be held next month, why you are here?" The old man's tone was not that serious, but the middle-aged man immediately got startled, and there was sweat beading on his forehead. He quickly explained, "Chairman, I saw a very treasured object when I was walking on the street earlier today. This is really a big deal." "Oh?" The old man's eyes lit up, and he put down his book. He knew clearly that what the middle-aged man, his assistant, was capable of. Although the assistant was not good at stealing or assassinating, and was very cowardly and cautious as well, which made him unworthy of the designation of Association of Thieves, but he had really sharp eyes and never failed to authenticate all kinds of treasured objects. Rather, He could always find something valuable from the trash thrown away by the adventurers, and this made him worthy of his nickname, which had the word eyes in it. Since he was so excited about this object, it must really be something good. Sit down, and tell me. There is no need to hurry. Yes. Gray Eyes sat down and breathed deeply. Then he told the old man what Gerard looked in detail, and especially how the bracelet looked. Chairman, I swear on my eyes, that bracelet is definitely something special. He grew very excited again, and exclaimed, it is at least an advanced magical object. It may be a legendary object. A legendary object. Now even the chairman of the Association of Thieves could not help but become excited. He stood up and asked, are you sure? What kind then? I am 60-70% sure, but I am not sure about its kind. While I have a vague feeling that there was a powerful mind in that bracelet, it was probably a holy article worshipped by the people in that giant's tribe for generations. The chairman nodded. A giant was a very strong race in the first place. A holy article worshipped by them generation after generation might be a legendary treasured object. He instantly got very excited as soon as he thought of the phrase legendary treasured object. This world was big, but legendary treasured objects were not that common, and there was always an impressive history behind every one of them. Most of them were in the hands of the powerful, for example, a noble aristocrat, or a famous wizard, or even a leader of a big association. And his own superior, a person of great importance who governed the routine business of the whole Ash village, also had one. That object was the ace card for the superior, and it could save his life when he was in danger. More than once, it had turned peril into safety or turned the tables for him. The old man thought that if he could get one too. Thinking of this, he could not help but sneer. Chapter 16. It would certainly not occur to Gerard and Suizhong that they had been followed by the Association of Thieves in Pyroxene Town. They gathered 10 gold coins by selling some worthwhile items collected from the debris of the White Leaves village. Even though the money was not much, they could get it only because the owner of the grocery store was scared by Gerard's imposing appearance. That old man is really cheating. A big bag of items for such little money. Suizhong said angrily. He couldn't seem more like a profiteer. Gerard, on the other hand, was actually very open-minded, and replied, Your Majesty, 10 gold coins isn't a small amount of money. The villagers usually use copper coins. 10 copper coins for a silver coin, 10 silver coins for a gold coin. So we have 1,000 copper coins, and indeed it seems to be a lot. So, let's buy some equipment for you. For your gown is no different from that of a beggar. Forget it, the equipment that could be bought with 10 gold coins is not as good as my own defense. Gerard scratched his head again, smiling in an honest way. Suizhong was speechless. He feared that when he made Gerard's body, he did not make his head sophisticated enough, having added fewer circuits. Otherwise, why would such a big brain be so innocent and peaceful? This guy did not seem to be the same as when he was a ghost. But he remembered that a big brain had never been equivalent to high intelligence, and perhaps, Gerard had been a stupid person, and was only clever for a brief time after becoming a ghost. He thought, forget it. I can look after him, and this guy, even stupid, would not be sold. So be it. Of course, it was impossible for Gerard to know the thoughts of Suizhong. He carried his backpack and walked on the streets. Because he was too tall and strong, he alone occupied no more than half a street, and wherever he went, all the people glanced at him, with more than one person gossiping secretly. Look! That guy is really tall. He's not only tall. You can see how strong he is, and his arms are thicker than our waists. He's such a large person, how much does he eat for every meal? Although this man is tall and strong, his actions are very flexible, so he has great potential for practicing martial arts. If we can recruit him to our team, with a little training, he will be a top master. Afterwards, our task will certainly be a lot easier. The giant clan has very blunt character and superb talent. In this northwestern town, it's hard to find such a talent. I will try to lead him. Even if I can't bring him under my lord's command, at least I will not let him go down a road of evil. Gee. Where are the giants from? Looks like he is not a normal giant. I'm afraid he is a young shaman. Gee, maybe I could use this simple-minded guy to contribute to the cause of our Lord. How strong is this giant? This is clearly a heaven-sent druid. If we could convince him to accept our ideas, I would certainly teach him what I have learned, so that even if I die, the organization of Druid of the 4 northwestern towns can have its successor. Wow, this big man could be a very good resource. We might be able to make refined death knights that are powerful enough to sweep off the silver level knights. Perhaps, maybe the gold level ones. The voices of these people were not loud, and mingled together in a blanket of sound, so Gerard could not perceive them despite his good hearing and sight. However, even though Gerard could not detect them, Suizhong was aware of them. Though many of the people watching and remarking Gerard were average in nature, there were several extraordinary men examining him, which Sui naturally sensed. Because of his strong senses, those who spoke far away or very lightly could be heard just as clearly as if they were yelling in front of him. Gerard, there are a few people watching you, he said to Gerard through his mind. Your Majesty, it's normal to be noticed, since I am big. Big? I think you're average, while they are too short. Suizhong muttered, totally unaware of their distorted understanding of height. But those are not ordinary people. Let me introduce them to you one by one. Hey, the first one is eating with a few people beside the table in front of the hotel. He wants you to join them. Gerard even did not look at them and casually replied, that should be a team of adventurers. Such adventurers are very common, as I also had a background in risk-taking. Oh, so they are trying to absorb you so that you can play games all night. I understand. The second one is the old man in old armor in front of a little worn-out temple, who wants to guide you to be a good man. Gerard looked over and saw the old man who was smiling at him, and also saw the silver white balance and shield sign at the threshold of the temple. He then said with a smile, that is the master of balance. That is the god of justice, chief guard of his temple. The god of justice is a well-known good god, who is a kind of rare good force in this northwest region. That's good, at least you won't worry that they'll betray their teammates. The third is the fruit seller on the roadside, who wants to take advantage of you. It's weird because a fruit seller in this place has skill, which I'm afraid, is even higher than the armored old man's. Gerard was surprised, looked carefully from the corner of his eye and replied, I do not know this person, but this area does not produce fruits. Selling fruit here could be a proof of strength. I guess this person is perhaps from the Association of Thieves or Association of Smugglers, most of whom believe in evil gods. So it's difficult to get along with them. To put it bluntly, he's a peasant who is capable of using black equipment, so let's keep away from him. The fourth is the thin man sitting on the roadside, resting. That is, the one wearing a simple leather robe, with a wooden stick, on the top of which a leaf bud grows. Your Majesty, that is Druid, who follows balance. They are neither good nor evil. But in this area, their behavior tends to be good, Gerard explained. That is to say, although I am not a good person, I happen to hate the villains, isn't it? That's right. That's fine. He is kind to you and wants to give you all the skills you need to be his successor. Gerard was joyful. After second thought, however, he shook his head and continued, although I also want to learn Druid's ability, I have begun serving your Majesty, and it's inappropriate to go with them who believe in the natural god. What a pity. Suizhong sighed and continued, the last one to note is the one covered by a black gown standing in the shadows on the roadside. He's completely malicious to you and wants to use you as a resource, refine you and make you into a death knight. Gerard stopped, turned around and looked in the direction that Sui Zhang indicated, and really saw a man in black hiding in the corner, secretly peering at him. Seeing Gerard, the man wearing a black gown pulled his gown and covered his face. "Your Majesty, it is he, right?" "That's right." Gerard immediately rushed toward the man in the black gown, shouting, "You necromancer who defies corpses, how dare you impute me?" The man in black didn't expect that he would be noticed, or be recognized when he saw Gerard in the distance, so he was suddenly startled at the exclamation. Seeing Gerard aggressively rushing towards him, he, without any hesitation, directly activated a magic item that enveloped him in a circle of white light, and he disappeared without a trace. Damn! Gerard narrowly caught up with him, but the guy escaped. He was very angry, and shouted, "It's a spell to send people to other places, and the caster is really cunning like a fish. I can't track where he is going. Shall I chase him?" Gerard hesitated and gave up the tempting suggestion, replying, "The place where the mage is headed is most likely a magic trap, and might even be the headquarters of their organization. We'd better not get into that much trouble." This little conflict was inconspicuous, but it attracted a lot of people. The necromancer was definitely not weak, and in Pyroxene Town, he could be considered a notoriously tough guy. However, in front of Gerard, he did not even have the ability to fight back, and even before he had time to chant the spell, he directly used his life-saving trump card. Gerard was too fast. The two were separated by a whole street, but he managed to lunge over it in a few steps. And at such a distance, he could also find that the necromancer was plotting against him. This seemingly simple, honest, and even somewhat stupid big man from the Giants apparently had a keen sense of awareness and unusual agile reaction. Considering that his strong body was like a wall, his power certainly would not be weak, let alone his physical strength. Except for his intelligence, he was probably perfectly talented. So the chief guard wearing an old armor went straight out of the temple and walked up to Gerard. But before he got to Gerard, the fruit seller had already approached him. "Sir, would you like to eat a fruit?" He smiled in an honest way, and offered, "I can give you one for free." "Why?" Gerard asked cautiously. "The necromancer that traders corpses is our enemy," the seller laughed and said, "You scared him off, so you deserve this fruit." Gerard shook his head, "I don't dare to eat your fruit." Saying this, he left before the seller responded. The seller stood there awkwardly. His eyes were dark for a while, but then he returned to his stall, sneering. When he returned to the stall, he had already restored the previous appearance, smiling honestly. Gerard did not go far before the elderly chief guard of the temple came up to him. "May the just balance bless you with rewards for what you have done," he said. "Young man, since you're physically extraordinary, are you interested in learning some combat skills?" "Combat? I can do that," Gerard responded. "But I believe that what you have mastered is some crude and simple skills, such as aggressive attack or jumping or chopping," the old man said with a smile. "Admittedly, with your body, those skills are sufficient to make you famous, but why not learn something more advanced? I can teach you some more efficient fighting skills that would allow you to knock down enemies faster and avoid hurting yourself." "Getting hurt?" Gerard laughed, picking up a short knife from the adventurer's grocery stall on the roadside, and cut off his own arm. The sharp blade cut the defenseless arm, making a dull noise like cutting into hardwood. When he lifted the knife and returned it to the adventurer, everyone noticed that his arm was intact, without even a single trace. Seeing this, more than one person exclaimed, "Natural armor." Chapter 17. Natural armor, also known as armor skin, referred to a skin that was as tough as armor, and could also resist being sliced by a sword. This was a very rare ability, except for those demon monsters who had a strong body. Only hard-trained ascetics, or senior soldiers who had experienced countless battles, could have it. When Sui Zhang made Gerard's face, he made him look very young, like a fledgling young giant, so no one would mistake him as an ascetic or senior soldier. Since Gerard was not either, there would only be the last possibility: this seemingly young bulky man had power comparable to a devil monster. How could this not astound experienced people who knew of such talents? The chief guard of the Temple of the God of Justice also could tell who had talents. Seeing Gerard blocking the knife with his arm, he froze for a moment, but could not help but laugh. "I underestimated you." He laughed, with his white eyebrows quivering slightly. "So, are you interested in learning some advanced skills? For example, you could cut down several people by chopping once, or you would not need to recover after an attack before launching a second attack, and you could also use light weapons to produce the effects of heavy weapons, or use the heavy weapons to produce the effects of light weapons." And so on. Gerard was very tempted by hearing this. He was a seasoned adventurer, but also knew a lot of fighting skills, which were honestly quite common. He had only heard of, but had never seen, let alone learned, skills mentioned by the chief guard, such as tornado attack, chain attack, and wheel-controlled weapon. For a soldier, the more advanced the fighting skills he knew, the more powerful he was. Each of those top warriors could beat legendary monsters by using only one knife, and could keep themselves safe even when faced with a mighty force. Their impeccable fighting strength was simply stunning. If one could learn the skills that the chief guard had mentioned, perhaps he could become stronger, and would not need the special protection from a god whom he believed in, let alone being a burden of his majesty. Thinking of this, he became interested, and was about to agree to the advice of the old chief guard. But after a second thought, he swallowed what he was about to say. The god he was serving was not a god known to the general public in this world, but a newborn god. However, to be an apprentice to others in order to learn skills would certainly require staying in the Temple of God of Justice for a period of time. If others noticed anything about his lack of devotion to that god, wouldn't it cause trouble to His Majesty? He was horrified and politely declined the request. The old chief guard, seeing him being originally interested, but giving up for whatever reason, could not help but feel sorry. However, as a believer in the God of Justice, he could not force others to learn from him. He told Gerard to study at any time in the temple if he was interested, and he left disappointed. As the old man was prestigious in the town, his failure in soliciting talents made others who were interested in Gerard abandon their idea. This, thankfully, left Gerard in peace at last. He wandered freely on the street, carrying a small bag, and unconsciously came to the front of a large wooden sign. This wooden sign was erected on the square of the town center, so its location was extremely conspicuous. Large and small pieces of cloth with texts or illustrations were stuck on the sign. A very clever juvenile was guarding next to it. From time to time someone went to observe it carefully, and then went to ask that young person about the details. Some people also give him 1 or 2 silver coins, so he had a good business. "What are they doing?" Sui Zhang asked. "Your Majesty, it is a column of wanted things. All kinds of big and small rewards, without being illicit, are released here. The guy is from the Association of Adventurers, and is responsible for early stage contact. He also sells the news." Gerard was quite familiar with these things. After all, he himself had been a risk taker. Sui Zhang roughly understood, and was curious about this system of employment. So he tried to observe the task list on the wooden sign. In a moment, he saw Gerard's head on a piece of cloth. There were 2 pictures on it about Gerard's appearance from back before his death, one being the face, and the other being the portrait of his whole previous body. In general, the painter's skill was very good. He accurately grasped Gerard's appearance by using a few strokes, so that people could easily identify him. Sui Zhang felt that the painter, if he were to travel to Earth, could also survive by painting portraits in tourist spots, like one of his senior fellow classmates, who was also bald. However, his senior fellow classmate, with the pen name of Hua Seiyuan, had a stall on Tiananmen Square, so his skills would be extraordinary considering he had a stall in the central place of a big nation. He should be among the top painters on the street. In contrast, the portrait of this guy was at most at the level of luxurious platinum, and he could only have a stall in battling grey walls, struggling to earn some money. He could not help laughing at this thought. "Your Majesty, what is so funny?" Gerard asked. Sui Zhang pointed out the piece of cloth to him. "Look, there is a wanted notice for you." Gerard calmly said without the slightest surprise, "Yes, there should still be a wanted notice of me. Let me see. Ha ha. The reward has actually increased." There were a few lines of words below the portrait on the piece of cloth, which roughly described, "Loon, bold, guilty of assaulting the aristocracy, wanted by the kingdom of the Blue Moon. Reward, 1,000 gold coins, receivable with his head or the verification of the temple of the god of commerce." 1,000 gold coins are equivalent to 100,000 copper coins, which is a large amount of money. What did you do to end up with such a massive price on your head? When I was still an adventurer, I used a pseudonym, Loon. Most of us adventurers used pseudonyms to avoid trouble. At that time we had a team of 6 adventurers, and we were all good friends. After an adventure, a companion's leg was broken because a devil monster bit him, so we needed to make a sum of money for him to receive treatment for his leg in the Temple of God. That was why we took on the illegal task of smuggling weapons. But when the task was completed, the employers not only refused to pay us, but also wanted to kill us. My teammates all died, except me. Gerard summed up the past experience of conspiracy, betrayal, anger, and blood with words as simply as possible: "A nobleman died in the battle. This must be the reason they are still after me." Sui Zhang was silent for a short time and responded, "You did well. Are any of your old rivalries still alive?" "No, no enmity will remain any longer than a day among we adventurers." "Excellent." Gerard scratched his head and put on an honest smile. "Your Majesty, I suggest that you look at these tasks, some of which might be suitable for us," he advised. "To establish a temple, to promote integrity and honesty, to train holy staff, these mean spending money. I told you earlier that I was not God, and there is no need to spend this money. You'll spend it sooner or later, and it's fine to be prepared." Seeing that Gerard was stubborn, Sui Zhang had no idea of any solution. As a powerful boss, what he feared most was a subordinate who was loyal but stubborn. One couldn't hit him or convince him, especially when he said things like, "Boss, I am here to benefit you." As if he was ready to die to serve his country. Except for crazy people, such as the Yang Dai Emperor of the Sui dynasty, even those great emperors could only shake their heads, sigh, and make concessions. As they were idle, finding something to pass the time was not bad. Since the decision to complete some tasks to make money was made, of course, Sui Zhang looked directly towards the highest paid task. He saw on the top of the reward column a seemingly old piece with no pattern, but only a few lines of words. "Kill the Shadow Devil. Be proved by the magic nucleus, and have the notarization jointly issued by every temple of God. Reward, 100,000 gold coins, plus 2 additional tailored high-level magic items. Once verified, the magic nucleus belongs to the killer. This task is good, 100,000 gold coins." Gerard glanced at it and shook his head. Shadow Devil was the most famous monster in the eastern part of the Ashes Woods, and it is at the very least a legendary monster, who is likely to be a demigod. There are many ways to make money. Why should we risk our lives fighting with a demigod for money? Demigod? A very powerful being, right? Sui Zhang could not help but be a little interested, because after his space traveling, he had not encountered a truly evenly matched opponent yet. According to Gerard's words, he estimated that he was probably also a strong man at the demigod level. Demigod versus demigod, it would certainly be an excellent fight. Your Majesty, we really do not need to provoke that guy. Gerard was anxious. It's not worth it. Even if you want to find and confront a rival, you might as well fight with Skeleton Devourer, because he is who you can confront. Shadow Devil, on the other hand, is a famous evil, and he will definitely plot something insidious. Suizhong, sighing, stopped talking about this topic. He got it. If he had insisted on fighting with that Shadow Devil, perhaps Gerard would have chosen suicide over trying to stop him. He thought, what to do with an excessively loyal subordinate? It's urgent, I am waiting for answers online. Oh. There was no internet here. Suizhong simply omitted this task, and found that there were some other high-priced tasks on the column, one of which appeared to be good: expel the evil dragon, Arctic Tyrant, who lives in the mountain range near Dragon Roar Town. After you deport it, you should go to the Dragon Cave for confirmation by bringing with you 3 holy staffs from 3 different temples, including the God of Justice. The reward for the task is 5,000 gold coins. In addition, if you do not need reinforcements, you could enjoy all the treasure of the Dragon Cave. Gerard did not object to this task. As far as he knew, the dragon was mostly bullying the weak, but afraid of the powerful. Since His Majesty, Void Mask, was powerful, he could expel the evil dragon and force it to change its residence, as long as he did not grab the treasure in the cave. In general, it was not hard to earn these 5,000 gold coins. Paying a silver coin, they acquired some information from a member of the Association of Adventurers, and became sure of the approximate location of the Dragon's Cave. Then, after Gerard bought some necessities for living in the wild, they were ready to leave Pyroxene Town for Dragon Roar Town. However, he had not been far away from Pyroxene Town when he stopped. A carriage fallen on the ground, and a group of chaotic businessmen stopped them. Chapter 18. Pyroxene Town was built near mountains. It was surrounded by them on 3 sides, and only one road provided access to the town. This road was not wide, and could only accommodate 2 wagons. At the moment, a fallen carriage blocked the road, and cut off the path of a group of dealers who were trying to lift the wagon in a hurry. Pedestrians were also blocked, unable to go forward or backward. The scene was chaotic, voices of shouting and quarreling people were mixing together. Some hot-tempered people were even prepared to fight. What seems to be the trouble? Gerard approached them, frowning. Despite being noisy, the crowd separated to make way for Gerard when they saw how large he was. But he did not know that in the crowd, a pair of malicious eyes was staring at him. This accident on the road was actually arranged by the vice president of the Association of Thieves of Pyroxene Town, in order to test the strength and character of the giant. He had always been so cautious in doing things, being sure he knew the details of his target before he acted. The fallen carriage had been loaded with iron ore. Although the cargo was scattered on the ground, the body was not broken, so its building material must have been quite solid. However, the horse, which pulled the carriage, had been hurt. Gerard, frowning, turned over the half-loaded carriage by simply grasping the frame and exerting a bit of strength. This astounded the people around him. Some of them were staring, dumbfounded, and some even pinched their cheeks, thinking that this was a dream. This carriage used sufficient material, as the shaft of the load-bearing part was hardwood that was as thick as an arm. The cargo on this carriage was ore, which was known to be very heavy. Therefore, this carriage with the cargo might be 1,500 to 2,000 kilograms. However, for this giant, it seemed to be weightless, as though he could lift it with one hand. "This guy has great strength," someone exclaimed. "He deserves the name of a giant." Someone else marveled. Some experienced adventurers were even more surprised. The tribe of giants had a tremendous natural strength, but even the most excellent giant, known as the mountain giant, could only lift about 1,000 to 1,500 kilograms. It was impossible for any giant to turn over the half-loaded carriage as though it were made of straw. In other words, this big man was not only a giant, but also a high-level risk adventurer. Senior adventurers tended to be much more powerful than ordinary people, yet even among adventurers, Only those who emphasize strength could have a strength of thousands of Newton more than the average person. When taking into account that this was compared with ordinary giants, it was even more horrible. Because the more perfect the congenital conditions a race had, the slower the growth would be. Seeing Gerard's performance, Gray eyes trembled a bit, feeling as though his legs had become soft. At the moment, he felt very fortunate to have taken a few thieves, instead of the thugs of the Association of Thieves. Otherwise, those bastards, who even had muscles in their brain, would have planned to launch an attack as soon as Gerard went in front of the carriage. In what way was that different from courting death? This big guy was a giant, who was also a powerful adventurer. Even though he had an ordinary racial background, the power of thousands of Newtons was sufficient to prove his strength. Could the fast knife defeat him? Even if all of the members from the Association of Thieves of Pyroxene Town, old and young, joined together, they still might not be able to defeat him. Gerard did not know that someone was plotting against him, or how much terror he had aroused in his enemies. At the moment, he was concentrating on the old horse on the ground. This horse was gray, with a lot of wounds both old and new that demonstrated the hardships it had experienced. It was trying hard to stand up, but its efforts were in vain. Observed closely, it seemed to have broken its spine. It could not move its two rear legs while its forelegs were still struggling. Its eyes were full of pain and sorrow. It was really pitiful. Gerard sighed, neither humans nor horses could survive this injury. The only thing they could do was relieve its pain. Since his resurrection, he had been more sensitive to the pain of others, and his compassion had grown. Yet, no matter how sympathetic he was, he could not help the poor livestock. "Do you want to save it?" Suizhong asked. Gerald was surprised and asked, "Your Majesty, are you willing to help this poor guy?" Sui laughed, and said cheerfully, "To be honest, I do not have much sympathy for animals, but I would love to help you if you wanted to save it. Your Majesty, your benevolence is as warm as the sun. Well, do not flatter me, put your hand on the wound of the horse, and I will mobilize your magic through the bone bracelet to heal it." Suizhong said with a smile, "To be honest, this guy has been gravely injured, and I'm not very sure about its recovery. But I can try, which is better than leaving it to die." Gerard, as Sui commanded him, squatted and put the hand wearing the bone bracelet on the gray horse's back. Then the blood in Gerard's body was agitated in order to transfer some of the magic in the magical nucleus into the gray horse's body. Under the control of Suizhong, these magical powers were like small, ingenious machines that undid the dislocated bones of this wounded horse, and rebuilt severed muscles, blood vessels, and nerves before finally transforming them into functional parts. Its body was revitalized, the growth of the body was promoted, and the injured part was repaired. In just half a minute, the gray horse that was originally dying, cheerfully neighed and stood up again. "My God! What did I just see?" someone exclaimed. "This big man is a priest? Are there pastors in the giant's clan?" A senior adventurer could not help but doubt his own eyes. And the healing magic of the priest comes from the gods, but which god is so philanthropic as to use their magic on healing a horse's wounds? Is he the god of Centaur? Bah! The god of Centaur is a demon. He would only ask believers to arrest people for blood sacrifice. Is he a druid? I have not heard of druids among giants. But I have never heard of a pastor among giants, either. Those druids would not use their spells to save a horse at all, and they would only euthanize it. Have you ever gotten along with druids? In the crowd, the gray-eyed man, with his eyes wide open like dove's eggs, stared at the bone bracelet on Gerard's wrist. Because of the need to assist Gerard in casting spells, Suizhong's strength was shown through the bone bracelet. There's a very powerful will on the bracelet, and it's so strong that it can even cast healing spells. No, that's not a normal healing spell, but a magical spell of recovery that's even able to heal broken bones and severed muscles, and even recover severed hands and feet. The horse's spine must have been broken before, but it healed so quickly. This giant is not a priest, he is blessed by the divine. It was the God that he believes in that took action. And the bone bracelet is the holy thing of their denomination. God, how I wanted to steal a holy thing, where the will of a real God lives. Fortunately, I didn't take action. It must be the golden finger, the god of thieves, blessing me. And only because of that did I not make a fatal mistake. He suddenly realized that, and quickly closed his eyes, afraid to look at that bone bracelet where the will of a real God lived. Rather, he turned and left. Before he left, he did not forget to send messages to subordinates to ask them to retreat. After a while, he returned to the Association of Thieves of Pyroxene Town and reported this to the president, pale-faced. What? A holy thing where the will of a real God lives? The elderly, always calm, was also scared that even his heart skipped a beat. Are you sure that you were not wrong? Absolutely. The vice president assured him. What do you think the spell was, as it healed a broken spine within such a short time? Before the president spoke, the vice president continued, recovery. It is a more advanced magic than a magic of treating and healing that ordinary priests would be able to cast. Even a powerful pastor must hold the holy emblem and pray for a while before it could be cast. And druids? They only cast this spell longer, but that giant directly omitted this process. It was completely unreasonable. The only explanation is that the magic was not cast by him, but the will inside the bone bracelet. Perhaps that bone bracelet was a powerful magic item that could produce the equivalent of the healing effect of recovery. The president pondered. Although I have never heard of such a magic item, perhaps druids can make something like this. The gray-eyed man kept on shaking his head and insisted, President, no matter how powerful a magic item is, the number of daily casting is limited. As for recovery, it is estimated to be once or twice a day. If you have such a treasure, would you waste it to treat a horse? Of course not. Yes, not even the most philanthropic people, when they are about to leave a safe place for a dangerous one, would ever be so wasteful. The vice president sighed. Only those with infinite magic could be so indifferent about wasting it. For a time, the cabin was silent. The president and the vice president of the Association of Thieves of Pyroxene Town looked at each other in blank dismay. After a while, the president let out a hollow laugh and said, Fortunately, we have not had time to attack them. Yes. Fortunately, we did not have time to attack him. The vice president exclaimed happily, Thank God. Wait, I have another idea. The cunning president looked to the side, and came up with a bad idea. How would you like it, if we reveal some of this news to our old rivals? What would happen? The gray-eyed man's eyes gradually turned bright, and a smile appeared on his face. He laughed. President, that idea is so clever. As those guys are greedy and vicious, they would absolutely attack this solitary giant. That is why I am the president, while you are vice president. The president also joked, I cannot wait to see those beastards bump into rocks and crash their heads. Inside the cabin, the two cunning foxes laughed together. On the road outside the town, Suizhong was telling Gerard, be careful, some people were just spying on you. Maybe they wanted to plot against you. They retreated after they found your strength to be extraordinary. Sui had better sense than Gerard, and he sensed the hostility of the members from the Association of Thieves almost at the very beginning. It was only because they did not attempt to kill Gerard, and did not act, that he felt too lazy to get rid of them. But that didn't mean that necessary reminders were not indispensable. He found Gerard, a bald guy. No, in fact, he was not bald yet, more and more pleasing to the eyes. And of course, he did not want this helpful subordinate to suffer any harm. In fact, he found that Gerard seemed very powerful. Chapter 19. From Pyroxene Town to Dragon Roar Town, it was about 10 days' travel by foot. Adventurers, if riding horses, also needed around this much time. This was because the distance between every village where one could stay was equal to almost a one-day travel on foot. Unless one was not afraid to die near this dangerous barren mountain range or were indifferent to the strength of one's horse and covered 2 days' distance in one day, no one would travel any faster. However, Suizhong and Gerard were not in a hurry. Joining a group of dealers, they walked toward Dragonroar town as if they were roaming. The evil dragon, known as the Arctic Tyrant, had wreaked havoc in the mountains near Dragonroar town for more than 50 years and seemed to be in no rush to move. They had no need to worry. The key to fighting the evil dragon was the body of Suizhong, that is, Oscar, His Majesty Vanity Mask. Now, Suizhong secluded himself in an underground cave near the Pyroxene town, adjusting his body structure to better adapt to land-based actions. It was a lot of work to change his entire huge body, and it could not be completed so quickly. So even if they arrived in Dragonroar town early, they could only stay temporarily in the town to gather some information. It was impossible for Gerard alone to challenge the evil dragon. "Brother White, did you live in the mountains before? Was life in the mountains hard?" In a caravan with them, a boy around 12 years old curiously asked Gerard about everything, which annoyed Gerard a lot. Life in the mountains was simple and boring. I have nothing more to say. But, in order to facilitate the operation, Gerard chose to go with the group of dealers, which was composed of caravans, so when danger came they could guard and help each other. When the danger was tremendous, it was easy to find scapegoats. This large group was composed of 7 or 8 caravans, which all chose to follow the strongest caravan among them. This caravan was called Lucky Gold Coin, with its president being a semi-pygmy called Soth. As a half-breed of pygmy and human, he was slightly shorter than average men. He had slightly reddish and rather tough skin, big eyes with night vision, a slender and agile body, and 1 or 2 heaven-sent spells made his experience as an adventurer run very smoothly. This was how he had saved a good fortune. Now that he was old, he no longer assumed the role of an adventurer, but formed a caravan and became a businessman. Uncle Soth's caravan was only comprised of his old acquaintances. What was interesting was that although this caravan was primarily doing business with humans, there was not even a single member in the caravan who was purely human. The boss was a semi-pygmy, the bodyguards were half-orcs, 2 business partners were a half-elf and a dwarf, and even employees were of different races or half-breeds. For example, the one who liked to talk with Gerard, young Mage Palin, who was an accountant, was a purebred dwarf. In this world, there were many races of intelligent life. There were many whose body types were similar to those of humans. Pygmies, dwarves, elves, and orcs were relatively common. Pygmies and dwarves were not tall, they were about 2/3 as tall as humans. However, no one would confuse the two because the pygmy was an agile and intellectual race, while the dwarf was a race of physical strength. The former was skinny and thin, with red skin, big eyes and long hands and feet. The latter was stout, with small eyes and bushy beards, and they spoke with a voice as loud as ordinary people's shouting. In general, pygmies and half-breed dwarves often chose to be mages or relied on innate abilities to become entertainers, or bards, or businessmen. Of course, they were often part-time pickpockets. The dwarfs, aside from fighters, they rarely engaged themselves in other occupations. There might also have been some dwarves working as miners, blacksmiths, winemakers, or chefs, but they must first be good fighters, with almost no exceptions. The elves were a race that were about as tall as humans, but they were more slender. They were characterized by possessing a sophisticated spell, and natural affinity, so they were almost innately capable of casting magic. However, they couldn't adapt themselves to living in an unnatural environment. If they could not live in a natural environment, they would gradually become weak and ill, and eventually, die. For this reason, the elves, one of the most powerful races in this world, took the forests and wilderness as their own kingdom. In the course of mankind's several great expansions, two races with an equally brilliant history and strong armed forces fought several times, elves and humans. Elves had conquered several races including dwarves and pygmies, while humans had chased off races such as orcs and murlocs. They bitterly fought to an extent comparable to Mars hitting the Earth. But in the end, neither side could deal with the other side, so they had to compromise and seek coexistence and common development. It had been almost 500 years since the most recent major expansion. Except for those legendary long-lived strong men, those who participated in the war had long since been dead, and their hatred had gradually faded. Now the relationship between the elves and humans could be regarded as relatively good. The elves envied the versatile potential and vitality of the humans, while the humans envied the serene mind and genius of the elves. As things went on like this, there had been many children of mixed races, commonly known as half-elves. As for the orcs, they were an unlucky and poor group. They had many origins, but they were continuously expelled because mankind had defeated them during the war. They lived together and finally formed a somewhat messy race. The orcs' ancestors also had a good history of civilization, but the war with humans interrupted their civilizational process, drove them off from the land where their ancestors lived, and interrupted the passing of their civilization. They gradually became a symbol of barbarism and backwardness. Sadly, most orcs had forgotten the honor of their own civilization and chose to accept the civilization of the human beings or elves. In today's world, the traditional occupations of orcs, such as wild warrior, fury warrior, experienced swordsman, and soul shaman, had been fewer and fewer. Most qualified orcs chose to be soldiers, knights, alchemists or priests. Perhaps it was because the occupations were developed by human beings and elves that they were more powerful than the ancient occupations that the orcs inherited. The half-orcs in the caravans came from a tribe called Barbarian Stone. The leader, Arhan, was a holy warrior. He was the kind of clergyman who had been baptized in a holy temple, inherited the heritage of the temple, and tended to use force rather than magic. The god that he worshipped was somewhat special, worshipped a steel lion, a god of desolation who had an orc origin that tended to be evil. But it achieved semi-independence from the orcs with a few subordinates and became a kind-hearted god. Both Arhan and his subordinates were worshippers of the god of desolation, and their armor and shield had the saintly deity's holy emblem, the golden lion's paw in a shield-shaped frame. Arhan's shield was divinely sparkling. It was a magic item blessed in the temple. Suizhong noticed that the golden light that the shield flashed from time to time was a bit familiar. Carefully recollecting for a while, he was sure that this ray of light seemed to be very similar to the god who had helped him when he was fighting with the god of insomnia. In order to make sure of it, he specifically asked Gerard to ask Arhan for some knowledge of the god of desolation. The god of desolation was a god who liked to travel around and speak up for the interests of the oppressed. He often changed into a lion man, one of the orcs, carrying a shield and tomahawk, with a hammer at his waist. When he was faced with the raging caused by evil gods, he would turn into a golden lightning that tore the sky and engage in combat with the evil. Although in terms of rank he could only be regarded as a medium-leveled god, he had an extremely strong fighting power, as more than once he had made those well-known evil gods flee. So he deserved being called a first-class powerhouse among the gods. As for the doctrine of this god and the detailed sectarian structure, Suizhong was too lazy to remember them. In short, he was somewhat certain that the god of desolation was the one who once helped him and a god of kindness. Well, that was sufficient. This was a good team leader with good technique, strong sense, capable of leading a team and without evil equipment. It would be excellent if one had the opportunity to join in games with him. Of course, this god helped him during a fight, so it was also necessary to repay the god. Gerard, if a fight happens, pay attention to protecting Arhan and his men, he said. Gerard wondered why he should protect Arhan, who was apparently good at fighting, rather than those non-combatants represented by Old Soth who had retired for years and had a significantly lower combat effectiveness. But the god's command was absolute, and he said he was completely obedient to it. But Gerard could be sure that there was no need to protect Arhan at all. This strong lion man could confront wild bears, even without weapons. Fully armed, even a bipedal flying dragon could not hurt him. The bipedal flying dragon that wanted to attack them tonight had now become the barbecue in the camp, and Old Soth's partner and chef, Wrought Iron, was applying secret spices and liquor that he felt proud of on his meat. Part of the meat was almost cooked, with its attractive scent lingering in the air. After a day of trekking, the caravan was stationed next to a small village at night. This was a vast, vacant area that was spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of people if they just stayed there temporarily. Because of the adjacent barren mountains, the Ashes forest did not affect it. What a stunning view! Trees shaded the ground in the distance, while the green grass grew prosperously in the vicinity. This made Suizhong, accustomed to seeing a gray-black tone, greatly satisfied. At this moment, everyone was busy, but almost everyone stopped for a moment when the scent of roasted dragon filled the air, and more than one person even wound up drooling. Another partner of Old Soth, a half-elf knight-errant who called himself Rhythm, was handling the material removed from the bipedal dragon, the sharp jaws, the fangs connected to venomous glands, hard scales on the chest, and tough skin. The dragon was a rather fierce monster that ate a wide range of foods, but their favorite prey was a weak bipedal walking beast, abbreviated as humans. In fact, their favorite thing to do was to attack the herdsmen and caravans, and they even turned a blind eye to such prey as cattle and sheep when they could eat humans. They were a fierce enemy of humanity. If they had been on Earth, these opponents of humans would have been almost extinguished until only a few were preserved for analysis purposes in zoos. However, in this relatively backward and wild world, all the humanoids, including human beings, only occupied less than a third of the land of the entire world. Enemies like them filled the vast open country that was barbarian and wild, and all were used to it. Of course, the result would be fighting. Losing meant you would be eaten, winning meant the other would be eaten. For example, this bipedal dragon that failed to confront the caravan and was defeated had become everyone's dinner. At the moment, with the overflowing aroma, Wrought Iron laughed loudly and sounded a small bell that meant the beginning of a meal. The bell sound saved Gerard, who was being questioned by the curious baby, Palin. Gerard promptly ended the tale of the ecology of the giants that almost came from hearsay, dragging the little Palin who was still lost in his tale and hurrying toward the bonfire. It was a good excuse to have dinner, which finally got him out of the interrogation-like conversation. Chapter 20. The bipedal dragon's meat was very tough and chewy, but it was not difficult to chew. It was a high-quality, first-class meat. The taste was remarkable. It was complemented by wrought iron, the dwarf's spice and spirits that he was proud of, and it was roasted just to the right degree, so everyone ate with oil running beside the mouth. Even after eating, the strong taste still lingered in their mouths. Such a barbecue, if in a big and bustling city, might be sold at a price of dozens of gold coins. It not only had a good taste, but also had some tonic effect on the body. If you ate these foods regularly, your body could become exceptionally powerful without doing any special sort of exercise. Almost all of the offspring of important aristocracies were trained in this way. Delicious, delicious. After swallowing a mouthful of barbecue, Gerard could not help but praise aloud. Wrought Iron's cooking skills are getting better and better. Old Soth nodded, praising, it's one's best quality for when he gets old in the future. Wrought Iron was nearly 50 years old. He could be considered young and promising among his fellow dwarves, as he would probably live for another 100 years or more. Hearing the praise from Soth, the dwarf, who had been taking adventures with him since 30 years ago, could not help but laugh. I remember when we first met, I was roasting a wolf I had just hunted. When you snuck over, I thought you were trying to steal things. But I didn't expect that you'd say I will trade my liquor for your barbecue. Yeah, it's been 30 years since then, when I just ended my apprenticeship and always thought I'd be doing big business, making a big fortune. and becoming famous. Old Soth stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Now my son has grown up, and not long ago he complained to me that little Puck refused to obediently learn the business at home, but wanted to explore the world like his grandfather. 30 years have passed, and we are all old. Do not use the word all, as only Soth and I are old. As for wrought iron, you are still young." The bearded half-elf shook his head with a smile. Soth's energy had gone down, and within a few years, I will also have no energy to lead caravans. At the time young people will take over, you as an uncle might as well help them more. Wrought iron suddenly frowned. "I cannot do business. It's not a big deal if you ask me to lead them to have adventures, but leading them to do business? Isn't that a definite loss of money? Do not worry, we do not mean to retire abruptly. Rather, at that time, we also intend to lead them for a while longer." An amiable smile showed on Soth's wrinkled face. He said, "And I still want to visit the ancient temple of elves before I die and have a good chat with the immortal elder." "I agree with this. That temple has good wines, and the elderly frog is also very kind." Wrought iron immediately turned energetic. "Let's drink wine there then." While talking, Sui suddenly felt a massive malicious energy approaching from afar. He hurriedly alerted Gerard, who stood up and found a group of orcs galloping towards them by riding wolves. "It's the cavalry of orcs and wolves. Let's be on guard." The cavalry of orcs and wolves was a notorious bandit gang in the region of 4 northwestern towns. These numerous and vicious bandits came from the wastelands of the north. As they were extremely ferocious, they carried out ruthless mass slaughters wherever they went. The task of exterminating them had been hung on the reward column in the 4 towns, but no one had been able to finish it. More than once adventurers departed in hopes of defeating them, but they had never returned. For various reasons, the 4 northwestern towns had not set up an army. This might be because they hoped to prevent wars. But this also made them unable to disband such a large-scale and agile bandit gang such as the one at hand. Therefore, the cavalry of orcs and wolves grew and even dared to attack caravans settling on the vacant spaces, which were margins of the towns. They often succeeded. They had come to attack the caravans once again. Seeing dozens of green-skinned orcs galloping here by riding grey wolves, the businessmen all panicked. Those alert and decisive ones left the goods and ran toward the village to look for a safe place with shields without saying anything. They were hoping that the gangs would leave after plundering enough things and they could survive. Those brave ones took out weapons and pushed down the carriage to form a fence, determined to fight desperately and rest in dignity even if they died. As for those who were the most clever, they ran straight towards the lucky gold coin, hoping to cooperate with them to seize the potential chance of survival. The leaders of Lucky Gold Coin were veteran adventurers. Once they spotted a bandit, they were immediately ready to fight. Old Soth rushed far away with amazing agility, and began to make traps. His speed was incredible, as he could finish a trap while breathing 2 or 3 times, fully demonstrating his superb skill as a veteran thief. Bodyguards, not hurried, put on a full set of equipment neatly and prepared for battle by taking advantage of the carriage. The dwarf, who was just busy dealing with the barbecue, got into the carriage. After a while, he had put on a heavy armor resembling a tortoise shell, and become a powerful warrior with a heavy armor. The half-elf filled the ground around him with arrows in a short span of time, in order to quickly shoot. Even clerks were also taking leather armor and weapons out from the carriage, ready to fight. "Brother White, where's your weapons?" Palin seemed a bit frightened, perhaps because it was the first time he had been faced with such a scene. He was holding his crystal inlaid wand, nervously doing the preparation of casting magic, but he failed to calm down. Perhaps in hopes of appearing confident, he approached the big man Gerard and asked with a low voice. Since becoming a giant after being born again, Gerard had never used any weapons. He buried the formerly used tomahawk and that memory in the ruins of the White Leaves village. He was barehanded at the moment, without even a piece of handy equipment. Seeing the enemy approaching, he frowned. Looking around, his eyes suddenly shone. He quickly walked toward a tree about a foot wide. "What are you doing?" There was a businessman by the tree putting on his leather armor, shivering. Seeing him suddenly approaching, he was astounded and stammered. Gerard ignored him and looked this tree up and down. The trunk was straight, the wood was fine, and the leaves were lush. It was suitable. So he bent down, clung to the tree trunk with his hands, let out a shout, and pulled it up in front of the nearby merchants, who were petrified. Splashes of earth fell like raindrops, and some even fell right in the mouth of the guy beside the tree who had stupidly kept his mouth open. Weighing the weight of the tree with his hands and looking at the messy roots, Gerard shook his head, somewhat dissatisfied. The roots were a little bit troublesome, and it was likely that other companions would be hurt during the fight. So he rested the root on the ground, fiercely trampled it underfoot, and slightly tidied it up with his thick palms. Then, the troublesome root was somewhat tidied up. Seeing this, he waved it again and sighed. "It is a little bit light, and the center of gravity is not very good, but I'll make do." However, this scene had stunned everybody. These businessmen, as they had traveled widely, had seen many a man of unusual strength, but none had seen a man with a strength this phenomenal. Although there were rumors and folklores that the giant used a big tree as his stick, when this scene really appeared in front of them, they could not help but feel suffocated and soft-legged, even though they knew that the giant was their companion. However, seeing such a powerful companion, they were greatly encouraged that they could succeed. In that instant, those panicked businessmen all calmed down, and even those who wanted to hide all ran out, taking out their weapons to fight side by side. The cavalry of orcs and wolves was indeed very powerful and very dangerous, but was it still more dangerous than a giant who could pull up a tree and use it as a club? Absolutely impossible. Gerard, carrying his big stick, returned to the formation of Lucky Gold Coin, standing in the front of the team and swaggering while confronting the galloping bandits. In his past adventure experiences, there had been more than one fight against the bandits. But he had never been as confident and fearless as he was today. He was even calm enough to turn his head and wave the tree that was taller than 4 or 5 people, smiling and grinning at Palin. "Hey, you see, this is my weapon. Truly an incredible weapon." The dwarf, wrought iron, praised, "It seems being tall is convenient. Actually, I'd rather use a normal one, like a hammer or an axe," explained Gerard, "but I could not find one that suits my body. The next town we are heading to is the gold panning town, which is rich in ore, and I'll cast a weapon for you." The dwarf said, "Although my craftsmanship of casting weapons is only average, making a big axe won't be hard for me." "Many thanks." Gerard laughed. "The pay. The pay is coming." As they talked, the orcs riding wolves drew close to them. Apparently, they also noticed Gerard, as they suddenly tightened the reins, hesitating to move forward. It's worth noting that not many people would be courageous enough to risk being smashed and killed when faced with a giant who was as tall as a city wall and was holding a whole tree as his weapon. This was true even for bandits. The bandit leader Bloody Hands Roar, an orc, was caught in a conflict. He was wearing leather armor shining with a magic light, holding a scimitar that shone with a magic light as well. He knew how horrible this giant's power would be, and in normal conditions, he would surely lead his subordinates to take a detour that would not provoke this opponent. Aside from the possible risks, they even couldn't afford the cost of killing this giant. To kill such an opponent, he should be mentally prepared to lose half a bandit gang. Without the regiment of thieves, who would he be in this wild barbarian place? However, the news from a reliable channel strengthened his confidence. He gazed at the bone bracelet on Gerard's right wrist, which slightly shone with a magic light. This treasure was far more worthwhile than the entire regiment of thieves. A legendary treasure was enough to make him renowned in these 4 towns. Even if he returned to those prosperous areas, it was sufficient for him to settle down and enjoy a luxurious life. In this case, he could end the historical mission of cavalry of orcs and wolves. Thinking of this, he finally made up his mind, wielded his scimitar, and issued the order to attack. Hi. This is Novel Admire. Thanks for the visit. Come back again for more novels.